Welcome friends to another r/NuclearRevenge video. Today we've got a crazy story about breaking legs. But first, make sure to hit those like and subscribe buttons down below so you never miss any of my daily videos. That said, our first story of the day is my ex cheated on me, so I ruined her career before it even started. My girlfriend and I worked in a broadcasting company for a while before she was bullied into resigning. I started as an intern for a year before I was offered a permanent spot in production. While working in production, I met someone who was just as young as I was, very beautiful too. We spoke often because we could both relate to working in a TV network as young people. We hung out and talked about our dreams, aspirations, and goals. She wanted to be a big-time news anchor. She even had a news anchor she was looking to replace as soon as she retired. On one of the days that we hung out together with some of our colleagues at work, we started having a conversation and she talked deeply about her dreams. I was impressed by how ambitious she was, especially since at the time, she only worked as an assistant. The way her eyes sparkled when she spoke of her plans showed how excited and passionate she was about the future. Something about her being so ambitious drew me to her. We hung out even more often, and we became close friends. I loved to cook, so she would visit and I'd cook her tasty meals. We soon hooked up. We promised it would never happen again, as we didn't want that to disrupt our friendship, but it did happen again and again. Hooking up became the new normal for us. We would visit each other and soon enough start kissing, and then boom. We never kissed in public or showed other coworkers that we were doing anything though. All they knew is that we were friends. One day, I was out at night with my friends, and I saw her on a date with some guy. They were eating dinner and she seemed to be enjoying his company. I was hurt, but I didn't know if I should feel that way or if I had a right to feel that way. I was bad at communicating, so rather than just tell her what I had seen, I completely shut her out. I stopped speaking to her and avoided her at work. She tried talking to me for some days, but I refused to talk to her. I guess she got tired of trying because she stopped trying and stayed away too. One day, I started to miss her, so I bought flowers and showed up at her house. She was not happy to see me and was uninterested in talking, but I apologized profusely for my actions, and she decided to listen to what I had to say. She didn't let me in though, not until I had told her that I saw her on a date with some guy, and I got very jealous. Why? Do you like me or something? She genuinely looked confused. I was shocked that she even had to ask. Of course I like you. You know I like you. She said no I didn't. She thought about it for a while and then invited me in. When we got in, she asked what that was for us. Don't you want to be friends anymore? She asked. When were we ever friends? I retorted. She says we weren't friends? I said no, we were lovers. I've always liked you and don't tell me you didn't know because I'm certain that you did. She said well, I did think you liked me but only as a friend. She was not telling me what I wanted to hear. Did she like me or not? Did she want an actual relationship or wanted to just continue what we had going on? Do you like me? I finally asked. Yes, I do like you. What's there not to like? I said so? They say I don't know. What are you asking me? I said I'm asking if you want to have a proper relationship. She said I don't know. We work together. We don't want things to be awkward if it doesn't work out. I said whoa. We haven't even started and you're talking about things not working out? She said, I'm sorry, I just like to be proactive. We can't be too careful about these things. I spend so much time convincing her that we would be fine. If we do break up, we'll stay friends and it would never affect the quality of our work. She said, deal? I said, deal. We don't even work together. She said, huh? We do? Technically, we don't, I said, rolling my eyes. She laughed. It was true, we didn't work together. Maybe we could in the future since she longed to be an anchor someday. That was the start of our relationship. We were so happy together. At first, we kept our relationship under wraps and away from our colleagues since she wanted our work life and personal lives not to blur. But soon enough, everyone found out. We just couldn't keep our hands off each other when we were hanging out with the others after work. We were the star couple. Even our older colleagues admired our relationship. It was bliss. The joy in our relationship was soon cut short when my girlfriend started sneaking around. I noticed how she was reluctant to leave work after closing. I gave her a ride home every day after work, so usually we left together. She would also randomly disappear on weekends and give some badly stringed excuse about being missing in action. I noticed all that started after she applied for a job as one of the anchors in a new program on the network, but she was refused. She cried about it for a whole week. As her boyfriend, I was downcast too. I wished badly that she got the job. She would sulk and cry and just generally be in a foul mood whenever we were together. It was frustrating for me. I knew how ambitious my girlfriend was and how important it was for her to reach her goal of being an important presenter, but I also secretly felt she was reaching. She had only started working in the network a while ago. There were better qualified candidates for the job, and she was still young and had all the time in the world to get things done. I felt she was being impatient, but I was reluctant to tell her that because I didn't want her to lose it on me. I figured her latest strange behavior was because she still wasn't getting over the job, so I simply let her be. One day after close, I went over to ask if she was ready to leave, but she said no. She said she made certain mistakes during work hours and she had to work extra hours to fix them before the next day. I smiled and left, but I didn't leave the premises. I stayed back to see what was going on with my girlfriend. That night, I saw her walk out of her office and climb up the elevator going up. I wondered for a while what business an assistant had on the top floor. All the superiors were on the top floor, the decision makers. There was no way she could just go up there this late at night if one of them hadn't sent for her. Even her boss didn't have such easy access. It took all the self-control I had in me to not go up after her. I left work that night and asked about what she did the next day. You know, the usual. I was at my desk trying to get things fixed. How are you? She asked sweetly, cleverly changing the topic. Of course, she was lying. I knew she was lying about something, but I didn't think she could be cheating. I was in for a rude shock. Later that night when we went to her apartment together, I was in her bathroom when I saw a receipt on the sink. It carried her name. It was a hotel receipt and it dated to the weekend before when she had just disappeared on me. It was then that it dawned on me that my girlfriend was seeing someone else and it has to be a top dog of the network. That explains staying back late at the office and disappearing some weekends. I picked up the receipt and took a picture of it. Babe, do you want to get away this weekend? We could go somewhere quiet and cozy, I asked her when I returned to the room. She said, no, babe, sorry. I need a rest. I've had a long week so far, and I need my weekend to recuperate. I made a sad face and said, okay, fine. We can go out on Friday though, yeah? She said, no, babe. Once I'm done with work on Friday, I'm going straight home to sleep for as long as I can. She was going to meet up with the superior at work. I just knew it. I called my sister who was in college at the time to borrow her camera, binoculars, and car. That evening, I parked very close to my girlfriend's apartment and waited for her to come out. While in the car, I prayed I was wrong, that she was in her bedroom sleeping. She was soon outside rocking a lovely black dress and carrying a tiny red suitcase. A taxi came along and picked her up. I followed them closely, trying as much as possible to not make it obvious. There was no way that she would suspect it was me since I was using my sister's car. But I didn't want her or the taxi driver to notice I was following them. The taxi soon stopped outside a hotel. I wasn't surprised that it was the same hotel as the receipts I saw on her bathroom sink. She alighted from the taxi and strolled in with her suitcase. I waited in the car blocks away from the hotel, hoping I would see someone that looked familiar, but I didn't see anyone. Just as I was about to leave, a car pulled up in front of the hotel. A familiar face jumped out of the car. It was indeed one of the top dogs at the network. I'd only seen him at the network's social functions. He wasn't in a suit, as usual. He wore shorts and a casual shirt. He also had a small suitcase in his hands. I knew with a little doubt that he was there for my girlfriend, but any little doubt I had was cleared when I saw my girlfriend walk out, still looking very hot in her black dress. She walked up to him and he hugged her. I took out my sister's camera and took several pictures. The pictures came out okay for the distance I took them. I immediately drove away to mourn what I had just seen. That night I drank so much alcohol to numb the pain. I knew she was sleeping with him to get some favor of sorts from him. I always knew my girlfriend was ambitious, but I never thought she would go to such lengths to see her dreams come to pass. She didn't have to sleep with anyone. She was talented, had a good reputation at the network, and was already on her way there. I could not understand why she would take it that far. I went to work in the new week pretending everything was okay. It was hard, but I had to do so I could carry out my plans. Just around that period, some men in top positions in another broadcasting company were exposed for taking advantage of younger women in their network. The internet and tabloids were all talking about it. All the other broadcasting networks were in a frenzy trying to clean up their mess. I created a new email account and anonymously sent the pictures to a reporter who was popular for never backing down. I lied in the email that their relationship was not consensual and that the big guy solicits sex from female employees in exchange for a position in the network. The reporter requested an interview, but I declined. I knew she wouldn't give up, and I was right. That week, I heard that she had emailed a lot of people in the network, asking if they would want to speak with her about what was going on in the network. Word got round, and the executives soon caught wind of what was going on. A popular, troublesome reporter was investigating one of their own. The reporter got frustrated when no one was coming forth, so she sent them the pictures I took to force them to speak. My girlfriend was 25 and the guy was in his late 40s, so the picture sparked a great concern since their positions in the network were also far apart. My girlfriend soon got to know what was going on. She confessed to me that she and the man had been seeing each other. She tried to convince me that it was a consensual relationship and that she genuinely liked him and he didn't force her. I broke up with her at that moment. Of course, I didn't tell her that I did that. I knew what the consequences would be for me, and my girlfriend was not the only ambitious one. I also desired to be a big-time producer in the network one day, and I didn't want to jeopardize my chances. It was a tough period for my girlfriend and her lover. He was married, so when the reporter published an article about it, she had people calling her names like homewrecker and all sorts. The article did go viral, but it wasn't as severe as with the other network. Different people had different opinions, but my girlfriend cared deeply about her reputation and the network too. She had to resign when the pressure was too much. She had pretty much become a social pariah at work. People avoided her. Since no network would employ someone with such records, she had to give up her dreams of being an anchor and focus on something else. The last I heard about her, she was working at a fashion and style magazine, but she wasn't on TV like she desperately wanted to be. Her lover was a prominent person who'd established a name for him in the television industry, so it was much easier for him, though he was suspended all through the period he was investigated by the network. The network put out a weak statement that the two were never in an amorous relationship and that the pictures were misconstrued. He's still a top dog of the network to this day. My girlfriend and I met again later and tried to patch things up, but I just didn't trust her. I could not bring myself to ever trust her again. So we broke up and ended things permanently. If you have somebody that so coldly lies to your face and goes around behind your back cheating on you, is that justification enough for forever ruining their career aspirations? Or after everything here, are we left with just two villains? I'd like to know what you guys think in the comments down below. I broke my sister-in-law's legs. This is one story that I can never tell anyone in real life because they'll either try to get me committed to a mental institution or send the police after me, but it is what it is and I did what I did, whether the reason was right or not. When my brother got married, I was the most excited person on the beach where the ceremony was held. It's not that I love my sister-in-law or anything like that. I was just happy because my brother was happy. We are super tight. Even though he's a year older than me, we shared everything as teenagers, and most people think that's weird because siblings are usually at odds with each other, but it was never like that with us. My brother and I were in the same classes throughout high school because we started at the same time. He had an accident when he was younger and stayed a year behind, so I caught up with him. So we shared the same classes, group of friends, and interests. I love my brother, and his interests always come first, even before mine. After our parents died in a freak fire incident, we became even closer. Insurance money for both the fire and their deaths really helped us move on, and my brother's a finance genius that managed to reinvest some of it and start his businesses. So we never experienced poverty, but we still shared everything. We wore each other's clothes and drove each other's cars and went on double dates all the time. When he got into his first serious relationship, I picked out their dates for him, bought all the gifts he gave her, and I was as involved in their relationship as she was. I would do anything for my brother. We have a bond that most people don't understand, and it's often misunderstood. But I didn't care, and he didn't, and we only ever really had each other to look out for and care about. Until she stepped into the picture. She met my brother a year after he graduated college, and she had come in for an interview at one of his businesses. But he didn't allow her to take the interview because he knew he wanted to get involved with her. Instead, he gave her the contact of one of his friends who hired her instantly. While she was grateful for his effort, she wasn't interested in him at first, and that only motivated my brother to pursue her more. He spoke to me about it, and if my brother wants something, I make sure he gets it. So I spent a month learning about everything she likes and everything she was interested in, and I gave him all the right ideas. And in no time at all, she fell for his natural charm and their relationship was off to a good start. Back then, she thought it was cute that my brother and I went almost everywhere together, despite the fact that we lived together, and she thought it was adorable that we went on double dates all the time. She made sure to let whoever my date was know that for sure. But then she started getting this confused look whenever I suggested that we do an activity, and my brother readily agreed. I didn't think too much of it, and their relationship was going so well that they exchanged I love yous, but she started to get really annoying. She told my brother that they weren't spending enough time together, and they could always only do things that involved me. And she went on about how they only had privacy when I was away at school. I was in my senior year of a physiotherapy degree, but I couldn't understand why she was upset. I knew my brother was serious about her, so I never brought up the fact that it was the first relationship where I hadn't gotten involved in their sex life, and there she was, complaining about the very smallest of things. Of course, my brother told me everything, and I told him it wasn't something to think too much about. But she kept pestering him, and eventually my brother split his time into two. She got him alone, and I got him alone. So the relationship between me and her became even more strained, but my brother was happier than ever, and that's all that matters. And when he told me he wanted to propose to her about a year after I graduated college, I immediately started putting together their wedding. During the planning, she was completely irritable. I made my choices, my brother's choice, and since he was handling all the payments, she couldn't ignore his wishes. And that's why I was incredibly happy on their wedding day, because it was the wedding I wanted for my brother, and he was settling down with someone that fit his needs in a wife. At that point, his wife and I barely spoke unless other people were present, and our relationship was non-existent. But then she got more annoying in the first year of their marriage. I had been living in an apartment close to the hospital I worked at, so she moved in with my brother, but they wanted to start trying for babies, so my brother bought a house. And because I'd helped him in the house hunt, it was close to where I worked. And naturally, I moved in with him in the new house. To say she was angry about this would be an understatement. Every day she had something to say about how I did this wrong and did that wrong, and how it was wrong for me to be 26, earning well, and still trying to live off my brother. My brother was mostly confused about her behavior since he told her we were very close early on in the relationship, but she was insistent that we didn't need to be around each other as much as we were. I, on the other hand, knew exactly what was going on. My sister-in-law didn't want me around because she wanted my brother all to herself. But I couldn't tell my brother that because she owned the other half of him that I lost when they got married. So instead of changing his mind, I decided to wait and see what would happen. Their fights about me became more frequent, and with each one they had, and the cold shoulder that followed, I could see my brother losing the battle. But then her anger got to a tipping point, and it brought me back to the top of the scoreboard. About a week after their last fight about me and my presence in my brother's life, my sister-in-law went grocery shopping, and she was returning home just as I pulled into the driveway, as she barreled straight ahead and smashed my car from behind. She drives a Land Rover Jeep and I drive a Camry, so the impact was a lot. My car went straight into the edging of the front lawn, and there were dents in front and behind of the vehicle. As soon as I got the brakes back into control, I stepped out and found her holding her cheeks in shock. "I'm so sorry, I was on the phone, I didn't see you there." My brother had heard the crash from inside and was rushing out, but before we got to us, I told her, "You didn't want to see me there because you don't want me anywhere near here." And I saw the surprise and recognition in her face. But she went back to remorse mode as my brother got to the scene. He was checking me for scrapes and giving her a strong look while I called my insurance and nodded at her. I knew the lines were officially drawn, and I was going to get revenge. Not just for my car, but for trying to separate me and my brother. For the next few weeks after my car got fixed, I maintained my distance from the house and started taking more night shifts because I knew I had to hit her where it would hurt the most. A month and a half after the incident, I went to the house to spend the weekend, and it just so happened to coincide with my brother's visit to one of his businesses, which was a few towns away. Before my sister-in-law went shopping, I spent some time cleaning out my car in the garage because I'd partially been eating and living out of it, so it was quite messy. And then I prepped a little surprise for her. I closed the garage doors about 80% of the way with some crawl space left open, and then I put the control panel for the garage doors on reset so no one would be able to open it via a remote. And finally, I adjusted the speed settings, then I waited. Like a true creature of habit, my sister-in-law drove up to the house a few minutes later, and she tried repeatedly to open the garage doors with her remote, but they wouldn't budge. And then after a few minutes, I heard her door slam, and she rang the front door so she could come into the garage through the main house. But I was waiting in the garage for her last option. When I didn't answer the door, I heard her walk up to the garage and I saw her get down flat to crawl into the space I had left open. She didn't see me by the garage control because she was facing down, and I knew that my plan would be drama-free. I waited until she was about halfway into the garage, and then I pressed the garage doors close on her knee. The speed wasn't too fast, but the weight and impact was enough for her to shout. But I wasn't done yet. I adjusted the control speed again and opened the door slightly before pressing it close again, and again, and again. Her screams were a delight to me, and when she passed out from the pain, I stopped. Then I went out through the front door and ran straight to her, frantically shouting, "What the heck happened? I was in the shower. Oh my God!" Then I dragged her body out by her broken legs, which made her scream some more, before carrying her to her car as she cried unstoppably, and driving straight to the emergency room of the hospital where I worked. Recognizing me, the nurses and doctors attended to her quickly, and she was taken in for an x-ray to examine the extent of the damage in less than 10 minutes after we got there. She was in a ton of pain, and I was pleased with my work. Then I called my brother in my best shaky voice and told him she had gotten trapped under the garage doors and her legs were broken. He was scared and worried, but above all else, he was thankful that I'd been there and brought her to the hospital, and he was getting ready to leave. But I told him to complete his business meeting and I'd call him as soon as she was out of the examination room and on some pain meds. About an hour later, the x-ray results were out and her legs were bound and cast, and she was in a wheelchair with her legs stretched out in front of her. Throughout the entire process, her face was pale, and every time we made eye contact, her eyes went round with fear and she barely spoke the entire time we were at the hospital. After her meds were issued, I told the attending doctor that I could take a few months off and work as an outpatient physiotherapist to help her out since we were family. The doctor was too relieved to agree because, like anyone else in the unit, he knew that I was very good at my job and it would be less stressful for my sister-in-law to receive her primary care at home. We spent a few more hours at the hospital while she slept off the meds, and eventually, I loaded her up in the car and drove home. I called my brother and gave her the phone to speak to him, and when he asked what happened, she caught my eye in the rear view mirror and I smiled. She then told him that she didn't know what happened, but she got stuck in the garage door, and it must have jammed from her body being under there, and I just kept smiling. When we got back to the house, I prepped a makeshift rest for her legs on the coffee table, got her meds out, and immediately went into physio mode. Then I brought in all the groceries from her car. As I unpacked them, I told her, "You wanted me out, but now you're going to have no choice but to rely on me. Funny how life works." And she couldn't respond, but she didn't need to. She was stuck with me until I gave the clear. After all, there was only so much she could do with broken legs. I've read some pretty insane nuclear revenge stories in my time. I'm not a stranger to hearing stories of somebody that dispatched another human being. But I think this is one of the first ones where I finished reading it and I'm actually kind of lost for words. I mean, how do you add on to a story like this where the attachment to the brother is like at an insane degree where OP seemingly almost expects to be involved in their brother's sex life as like a third wheel? And then because of their brother getting in a really normal sounding relationship and not being allowed those open boundaries anymore, breaking her legs and then like paralyzing her with fear. I mean, yikes. I was used as a bet. There have been so many stories about the horrors of growing up chubby, and a lot of them are very true, no matter how dramatic they sound. I was born big. At birth, I weighed 12.125 pounds, and it's a literal miracle my mother was able to house me in her womb, seeing as she was a very tiny person. My father, however, was a gentle giant, standing at 6'4" and almost 300 pounds of mostly muscle. I got my stature from him. I was raised from birth until I turned 3 in a large farmhouse where my dad and his brothers lived with their wives, because they all decided that they would raise their kids together, and even though I can't remember most of it, I know that they were the best years of my life. All my cousins were just as big as me or even bigger, so there was no judgment. Plus, it was in the country, where the fatter your kids are, the healthier they were deemed. A few months before I turned 4, an accidental electrical fire burned down most of the farmhouse and the farm itself, killing off many of the animals in it. My mother said everyone was devastated, but luckily they were able to sell the land to an investor who had been asking to buy for years, sharing the profits amongst themselves and moving to the city. My mother had always been a city girl before she went on a date with the nice farm boy, my dad, and got sucked into the farm life. While my dad took on truck driving, my mom was thriving, taking me around to meet her old friends and having fun. She didn't enjoy a lot of their meetings, however, because all her friends seemed to do was make snarky remarks about me and my size, asking her to reduce my food portions and take me jogging. I was 5 years old. She never cared though. She always told me to love myself the way I was made, since before I could even speak. And she showed me how to with the way she loved herself and my father. Preschool and kindergarten weren't the worst, mainly because I can't recall half of the things that went on. And in elementary school, everyone wanted to stick things up their noses. Middle school was where I started to face the beginnings of fat phobia. 2 of my cousins and I started the same middle school at the same time, and we were very close. Almost immediately, we got nicknames like pork chops, chubby, and fatsy attached to us. My cousins are boys and are much bigger than I am, so they got the nickname stopped within a few days, but they continued behind our backs. I was the most blissfully unaware person, just excited to be alive and wear my princess dresses to school and hang out with my cousins. I eventually did make some friends that weren't my cousins, and everything seemingly went well until the first homecoming dance that we had to go to. I got asked out by the cutest boy in my grade, which I was very excited about, and he gave me a condition that I had to find a lime green dress so that we could do a matching outfit. I agreed and spent nearly every day after school scouting for a lime green dress with my mother until we found one that fit me. It wasn't the cutest, but it worked. Imagine my shock when I showed up to the dance. The theme was a winter wonderland, and everyone had on sparkling whites and blues, and I looked like Guacamole's sick cousin. I also got to find out that I wasn't my date's real date, and it was just a ploy to get me to be a laughingstock. My sweet angel cousins eventually broke the poor kid's nose, but the experience really stuck with 12-year-old me, and I generally became withdrawn from school activities. From then on until I got to my senior year, I kept to myself for the most part. I didn't stop dressing up to school, and eventually even learned how to do hair and makeup for my mother. That got me a few more friends, and before long, some of the popular girls started coming to me to do their hair and makeup for dates and eventually homecoming. People started knowing who I was, and boys came up to talk to me, but I made sure to mention to everyone who cared to hear that I didn't date. I just didn't. I made a lot of good friends though, and by the time high school was rounding up, I was that one person who was friends with all the friend groups. I made so much money on prom night, and it inspired me to take learning about hair further. After my graduation, I informed my parents of my wish to take a gap year to go to cosmetology school for a year, and they were very supportive, even paying half of the tuition for me despite the fact that I'd saved up enough for it. Going to cosmetology school was the best thing I could have done for myself. It was equal parts fun and stressful, and I learned so much. I told myself that I would return after college for a brush-up class the minute I got my certificate. I was 1 year late to start college, but it was the perfect time for me. As a mixed girl who looked more like her black mother, I had naturally curly hair, so I often did my own braids and different hairstyles and posted them all over social media. This garnered some attention, especially from people at my school, and before I knew it, I had bookings to do hair. I also charged a lot less than regular salons because I did my hair in a dorm room, so it was pretty affordable for students. My social media blew up, and before I knew it, between school and my new job, I was fully booked. This is how I met the boy that would become my first boyfriend. We'll call him T, which was the initial of his first name. T was a student athlete and model, known for his hair. He had the most beautiful afro I had ever seen, and it was obvious that he cared for it a lot. We met when he called me and arranged an appointment for his hair, and when he got to my dorm, he claimed to know me from high school. I'd never seen his face, but he said that I did his sister's hair and makeup for prom and she won prom queen. I had no idea because I didn't attend prom, but he sounded legit, so I believed him. It was nice knowing that my reputation preceded me, and we got into a very comfortable conversation. I became his regular hairdresser, and he got his hair done every 2 weeks. After 3 months of doing his hair, he asked me on a date. I was very anxious because I was still the big girl of every friend group. And while I wasn't too insecure about my body, I couldn't forget what happened to me in middle school. My friends urged me to go ahead. In my second year of college, at 20 years old, and I hadn't even had my first kiss. They made sense, so I went ahead and agreed to the date with him. T was lovely. He was a gentleman, a really good conversationalist, and somehow I'd watched at least 5 of the millions of obscure TV shows I was interested in. That was more than I could say for anyone ever. He was a little too good to be true, but I embraced it because my mother used to say that it was how she felt about my dad when she first met him. Nothing was out of place with T. I had my first kiss and my first time with him, and it felt so natural. I never even had the problem of not having what to wear when I slept over at his because he had t-shirts that fit me. If you're a big girl in a relationship with someone you're bigger than, you'll understand the anxiety of sleeping over at your boyfriend's. One of the things that stood out to me the most about T was the fact that he still paid whenever I did his hair. Since we were together, I would have gladly have done his hair for no pay, but he paid every time, even when I asked him not to. I figured out eventually that our relationship was too good to be true when he was down with diarrhea one day and asked me to text his mother and let her know that he wouldn't be able to make it home for dinner that weekend. As I did that, a text from his team group popped up and I accidentally clicked on it. I swear it was accidental because I'm a very high advocate for having privacy in relationships, and I trusted T to a large extent. I was going to exit the group, but then I was attracted by the question, "Have you told her yet, bro?" Of course, I had to check what that was about, and that's when I found out that there was some sort of game going on with T and his friends. Scared that he would find out what I was doing, I exported the chats from his group to his email, sent them to myself, and then deleted all the evidence within the rest of the 30 minutes that he was in the bathroom. That night, I read the messages and cried my eyes out. Apparently, there'd been a $200 bet to see if I would date any of the guys from the group just for fun, and then another one for $300 if T would date me longer than a month. We were approaching 6 months, so he must have taken a lot of money from them. It was so hard to believe that the one thing I'd been avoiding for so long was happening to me in plain sight. I also found out that the girl who won prom queen that he said was his sister wasn't his sister at all. He didn't even go to the high school in the same area as I did. He also stalked my Twitter so that he could figure out what I liked and used them against me. It didn't take me long to decide that I wanted to pay T and his jerk friends back for screwing me up in the way that they did. I didn't talk to anyone about it, but I knew exactly what I had to do. T's hair was his signature and his favorite part of him. He groomed it very well until I came along and then handed the responsibility over to me. I always bought his hair products, and after I did a shampoo stock up, I half emptied the bottles of shampoo and conditioner and mixed what was left with hair removal cream. I was in his room the next day when he washed his hair with the shampoo. It was the funniest interaction of my life. It took everything in me not to burst out laughing. He came out of the bathroom naked and screaming, clumps of hair on his body, and his head almost completely bald, save for some select spots on his head. I managed to calm him down and he finished his shower. For the first time in my life, I saw a grown man cry over hair. He looked terrible with a bald head and swore to wear a hat until some of his hair grew back. Unfortunately for him, hats weren't exactly allowed on the basketball court. The second part of my revenge plan was to send an anonymous email to the coach, letting him know where T and his friends usually gathered to smoke weed and sometimes do other recreational drugs. I knew because I joined them sometimes. If they were caught, they would be temporarily removed from the team, or their sports scholarships could be pulled away. The best part? They were all in their final year. It was a messy situation, watching T, who just lost a major part of his identity, try to figure out how to talk to the school and ask for a second chance to prove that the drugs didn't enhance their performance. I almost felt bad. Almost. He had no idea that I was behind both of the messy situations, and one night, he even confessed to me about the bet, swearing that he called it off the minute he realized that he was in love with me. I didn't believe a word of it though, and we broke up after I graduated. He and his friends/teammates were held back 2 years. Why? I have no idea, but the next time he's tempted to place a bet, he'll remember how karma screwed him up, paying my boyfriend back. I think that cheating in relationships has been normalized in our society, and I despise it. I've always stood against it because I believe that it's disrespectful to oneself and their partner. My parents were married for 40 years before my father died, and they swore that they had never cheated on each other even once. That did its share of raising the bar for me. My siblings were also much older than me, and by the time I was entering college, all 3 of them were happily married with kids. They also have really loving marriages, and it became my life's goal to find my own person. I never really dated in high school because of how fleeting it all felt. I didn't want to tie myself down to anyone that wasn't interested in taking the relationship beyond that point, and most of the people around only wanted short flings. I wasn't exactly out of the closet as bisexual, but I hooked up with girls and other closeted guys a lot, refusing to get into relationships after because I just didn't see a future with the person, or they were going abroad for college and I didn't fancy going long distance. Now that I reminisce, I probably should have dated someone for the experience part of it, because I did have a strong crush on someone from sophomore year until senior year. I came out to family and friends the summer before I left for college. Everyone was very accepting of it, which I'll always be grateful for and never take for granted. College was out of the town I lived in, and my entire family turned it into a road trip. We drove down there and helped me settle in before leaving. College was good for me. Academically, I knew that I wouldn't have problems with it, and that was mostly what I intended to do. I also put relationships off because who dates in college? I made sure to keep myself out of situations that put me in the way of having too many people around me, and friend-zoned everyone I knew. It's so pathetic now that I say it, but I avoided making friends and pretended to be bad at texting people back when I reached unavoidable social situations. My first 2 years were basically me avoiding people the most I could so I wouldn't get any feelings whatsoever. During winter break, my family revealed to me that my father had been battling cancer and had barely months to live. I was heartbroken and decided to take a year off school to spend his final moments with him. What was supposed to be a few months turned into a year before he died. And after that, I took another gap year to stay with my mother. His death hit her the hardest. And despite my siblings offering to stay with her while I went to school, I knew that they had their own families and wouldn't be able to be for her as much as she needed. It was really difficult in the first few months. But with the decision to solo travel, my mother was able to bounce back. Before she left to do her trip, we had a long conversation, and she advised me to let myself fall in love because not everything was meant to last forever. It made sense, seeing as my dad had just left her, just not in the way you would expect. When I returned back to college, I decided that I would allow myself to find friends and maybe even someone to date. It was getting a little embarrassing to be my age and never having been in a relationship. Luckily for me, I was able to find some other students who had also taken gap years, and we formed a little friendship group. knowing how hard it was to fit back in after leaving school for a bit and then coming back. Among them was this guy, I'll call him Allison. He had the longest gap year of 3 years, and I had the second longest of 2. While everyone else had 1 year or even just a semester. He was very cute and had a quiet, mysterious air to him, much like me. Our gap year stories were also very similar, and it just led to me feeling more comfortable with him. Before long, we were inseparable and always doing things together. You never saw him without seeing me, and vice versa. Even in our friends/acquaintance group, we were the closest. I didn't think he had feelings for me, especially since he identified as straight, but after a kiss at a party and a drunken confession of feelings, we started dating. Nobody thought we were serious in the beginning, since we're both very masculine presenting, but after a few showy PDA moments, they got the memo. Allison was 22 and I was 21 at the time we started dating, and everything felt natural. He was kind and gentle, and it seemed like we had similar values, especially in relationships and marriage. That was all I needed to know that I would be with him in the long run. There were absolutely no red flags to look out for, and my more permanent friend group loved him. After college, Allison and I moved in together and got a cat. We were 2 years into the relationship at this point, and I was almost completely sure that we would get married. I wanted to be the one to propose, and I already had a pretty elaborate plan. My mother promised to give me my father's ring to use, and she was helping me figure out the best place to raise children as a queer couple. I was in the best place possible, and Allison was the best partner anyone could ever ask for. I had a job with a software company, and Allison was a personal trainer and choreographer for numerous dance shows. So we both made decent money and were very busy people. But we were also able to keep a pretty decent-sized friend group from college and our work lives. We almost always had something to attend every weekend. Things didn't seem out of place until I started noticing marks on our cat. She's a white British shorthair, so seeing color on her coat could be a sign of something serious. After much research on my part and a bath for our kitty, I realized that it was just some kind of stain. The only problem, it was recurring. It was usually around her face, like her forehead or her cheeks, and sometimes on her paws. Those were places where people would normally kiss. And after putting things together, I realized they were lipstick marks. It didn't make any sense to me because she was an indoor cat. We only let her out when we were home to run around in the garden, and she hated being in the grass, so there was no way she was escaping on her own. It seemed like a small thing, but it made me feel a little weird. I tried to talk to Allison about it, but he shrugged and said he didn't know what I was on about. I decided to look into it myself, but the mark stopped appearing on our kitty and I completely forgot about it. Barely a month later, I found a broken lipstick-stained wine glass in the trash and a pink thong in a pile of Allison's dirty laundry. We kept our laundry in different bags, but if one person was busy, the other person usually helped out. I was helping out, and I saw it. It was of a mesh material and had a cute little embroidered write-up on the front of it. As I mentioned earlier, Allison and I were very masculine presenting. We went to the gym, him more than me, dressed pretty basic, and didn't do much makeup, other than the occasional niece deciding to paint her face or a dress-up party. My initial thoughts were that Allison was trying to experiment with makeup and underwear and get into his feminine side. It made sense to relate to the lipstick incident with the kitty and why he didn't want to say much. Everything made sense until wine night at our place. I heard a friend of ours who was newly married tell Allison that she couldn't find her underwear, proceeding to describe the exact pair of panties that I found in his laundry basket. They were supposedly whispering to each other, but 3 glasses of wine and some beer were bound to make you a little loud. The pieces of the puzzle reassigned themselves, and I realized that Allison had been cheating on me with her all this time. I didn't think there was enough evidence, so I decided that I would find a way to get palpable information to use against him. I was hurt, to say the least. I hardly cried, not just as a manly thing, but since I was a child, I found it hard to express my pain through tears. I would rather engross myself in other things to distract the pain, but this made me cry. The whole reason I'd stayed away from relationships in the first place was the one thing that had been happening right under my nose, and I had no idea. I decided that I wouldn't let it fly. I needed to make Allison pay for hurting me in this way and pretending that everything was okay. I put small cameras in specific parts of the house, right on the wall above the door, on a bookshelf in our bedroom, and on a vase in the dining. They were also audio receptive, and after a month of being painfully patient, I finally got all the feed transferred to my computer, and to say that I was shocked would be an intense understatement. I was hoodwinked, bamboozled, and surprised at how many people Allison brought home, and how many of them were actually my friends. Our friends, rather. Women I had known since college. Women I'd met through him. It was a lot of women, and I was devastated. We had a conversation once about our attraction to women as bisexual men, and he mentioned that he was mostly attracted to men, even making me feel a little weird for being equally attracted to both genders. He even once said that if he ever cheated on anyone he was dating, it would be with a man because, with women, there had to be a much deeper level of connection. I guess he connected very well with the several women he brought to the house and screwed. I had to commend him though. He had the sexual stamina of a teenager, because if I had depended on using that as a sign, I would have never realized anything. I dug deep into myself to find my petty bone and brought it out to play. The first thing I did was make sure that I compiled all the separate tapes of the different women he brought into our house and saved them to multiple devices, just in case anything was to happen to one copy. Then, I made sure to get the emails of those of them with significant others, and those who didn't, I found their parents' Facebook. For Allison, sometimes he ranted to me about certain celebrities he worked with and how he disliked working with them. It was a pretty normal thing to dislike people at your work, but I made sure to get these little comments into a video. Sometimes he said things like, "If I could, I would cut their legs off." So I capitalized on those parts to look like threats. Perks of being the tech guy? You knew a little bit about everything. When the time came to screw everyone up, I sent emails and Facebook messages from anonymous emails and faceless Facebook profiles, changing the IP address of each message so they wouldn't be traced back to the same place or person. Allison's was the last, and I didn't try to hide it. I needed him to know that it was me who screwed him up. Once I was done, I packed some things into my car and rented an Airbnb for a few days to get away from the mess of what I did and the impending breakup with my boyfriend of nearly 3 years. Allison did figure out that I did everything, and he came to apologize. He did ask me to get back together with him, swearing that he would change, but I just kicked him out of the Airbnb and let him know when I would be returning to the house so that he could move out. After all, the apartment was rented in my name. He lost his job as a choreographer for about 2 of the 3 shows he choreographed for, and miraculously the gym closed down. It probably is really mean, but I felt relieved that his life was falling apart after screwing me over. There were a lot of breakups and a really messy divorce among the friend group, but as they say, birds of the same feather flock together. They'd all know how to console themselves. It's only been a few months and the wound is healing slowly, but I'll never settle for anyone who cheats. I know there's somewhere out there, and I'll find my own person one day. Do you guys agree with the sentiment, once a cheater, always a cheater, that if you're going to cheat once, you're almost certainly going to do it again? Would you ever stay with somebody or give somebody a second chance that had cheated on you? I'd like to know what you guys think down in the comments. My girlfriend pretends to be insecure. There haven't been that many threads of manipulative partners, so seeing this one made me think back to my ex. It hasn't been too long since we broke up, so this is a sign I need to talk about it. I'm a 23-year-old female, and I got into a relationship with a girl I had a crush on for a long time when I turned 20. Let's call her Maddie. Maddie was 22 at the time, and she worked in a fast food joint not too far from where I went to college. I had known her before then, as we went to rival high schools, but at the time it was taboo to even speak to each other, and I was in a comfortable place on the social ladder that I didn't feel like ruining over a tiny little crush. But a tiny little crush grew to be much bigger, lasting longer than I expected. Our first interaction happened after my friend's double dog dared me after a drunken night to speak to my crush. I went in the next day and got nearly $200 worth of food for my friends and me just to get her to notice me. She wasn't serving our table, so it was pretty hard, but after beating around the bush for long enough, I finally walked up to her and introduced myself, asking for a date. Maddie gave me the dirtiest look and let me know she didn't have time for my crap. Now, being a queer woman with the worst gaydar on earth was already bad enough, but then I also have a bad fear of being rejected, and everything I was so scared of happening happened on the same day. I went home with my tail tucked between my legs and was really sad. And for the next few weeks, I completely stayed away from the restaurant. It was almost a month later when Maddie DM'd me on Instagram, inviting me to a picnic party. I didn't want to go initially because I was still hurt about how she rejected me, but then I thought about it again. I still had a massive crush on her, and she slid into my DMs to invite me instead of just asking one of our mutual friends to invite me. I must have either have meant something to her, or she just wanted to apologize in person. She didn't apologize, but she was almost always around me at the picnic party, which was nice. At a point, we even held hands. She pulled me into a corner and we smoked together, after which she kissed me and handed me a piece of paper with her number written in pink ink, with the nicest floral perfume sprayed on it. It was such a manic pixie dream girl moment, and I decided I was completely head over heels for her right then. Gay relationships move pretty quickly, but ours didn't. We didn't even start being official until almost 4 or 5 months after that picnic party, but we hung out a lot and made out whenever we got the chance. I would have gladly have called her my girlfriend, but Maddie didn't think it was the right time. Despite being 2 years younger and not having a job, I was the one who paid for all of our dates. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but Maddie never even reached for the bill after we would eat or do an activity. She never even pushed it away. She just stared at me with one eyebrow raised. I exhausted most of my savings by the 3rd month of our dating and had to get a job so I could pay for more things because that's what I did. The relationship wasn't all terrible, besides the fact that I was going bankrupt trying to prove my love to Maddie. It was everything you expect a young relationship to be. Very bedroom charged and passionate and fun to be in. We went everywhere together, being known among our friends as that couple, the ones that were always down each other's throats in public places without regard for who was around. By the time my 21st birthday rolled around, I was done with university and had just gotten my first apartment. I started to notice weird things about Maddie from the time that I really had things going on for me that weren't just our relationship. From the time that I really had to start focusing on my final exams, I let her know that I would be insanely busy, but I would love it if she occasionally popped my little bubble to check up on me. She didn't. From the day I started my exams until the day I finished, I only got calls from my family members and my cousin, who's also my best friend. I didn't think much of it because my brain made up excuses for me that she was too busy working her butt off, so she wouldn't miss too much during the time I was busy or something else. I didn't once think that she was out cheating on me with her ex that she apparently hated but had to endure because they were roommates. Till I paid her a surprise visit and found them basically tangled together. I was very hurt, but Maddie came to me crying after, saying that she was intoxicated and her roommate/ex forced herself on her. I wholeheartedly believed her, even threatening to help her call the cops and stand as a witness if there was a need to. But she shrugged it off, saying that there was no need for it. I was super shocked, but what does one do in such a case but support the victim? After my graduation, I moved out of the dorms into my own place, and my parents helped support me by gifting me their old car and a few of their unopened fine china dishware. I was beyond elated and called Maddie over to celebrate my new place and to help finish moving. She didn't come till 2 days later with some weed and a bottle of wine, scowling the entire time. When I asked why she was so upset, she burst into tears and let me know that she didn't trust me enough to live on my own because there was a possibility that I would cheat on her with all the free space. There were a lot of emotions, a shouting match, and the most tears I've ever seen at once. And the day ended with me profusely apologizing for giving the impression that I would cheat and asking her to move in with me just to prove my loyalty. That was the biggest mistake of my life. My best friend thought so too, complaining that just when she thought I got my brain back and stopped spending everything I owned on her, got a job and saved enough for a place, but it was obvious that I'd been swept back into the madness again. Funny enough, I did see reason with her. I just felt helpless and really just wanted my relationship to work. Maddie moved in and my house was no longer mine, but completely hers. She took over every inch of the one-bedroom apartment, imprinting herself all over the walls and everything. I didn't even have a say in decor because she had done something new by the time I got home from work. It was even sadder because we had differing aesthetics, and pretty soon I was uncomfortable in my own home. I started spending a lot of time with my cousin after work because we worked at the same place together, and we would often hotbox in her car in the parking lot before going our separate ways. Randomly, Maddie barged into my work to ask about the witch that gets me high and screws me after work, and she was screaming her head off. I was so embarrassed because I work at a publishing firm, and the only thing separating everyone were thick slabs of cardboard. Other than that, everyone could hear everything, and the entire office heard my girlfriend accusing me of cheating and getting high after work. After getting her laugh in, my cousin helped me tide the situation over, but I got called into work and was asked to perform a mandatory drug test, which I thankfully pulled off and almost even got a suspension. Maddie didn't speak to me for days, and when I finally decided to bring up the situation, she burst into tears and asked me how she was supposed to cope with the fact that I could be out cheating on her. I didn't really know what I did to make my girlfriend so insecure, but I was determined to fix it. No matter what I did though, Maddie was always insecure about something or the other. It seemed like all I was doing was making her even more scared. I sent her my location every couple of hours, called her right after sending it, even if I was in the same place, and came straight home after work. Even then, she wasn't happy, always finding some new way to blow things out of proportion. Let's take a few back seats so I can mention that Maddie didn't have a job, and we spent nearly everything I made, save for the tiny bit I could save and rent, and she didn't contribute to anything concerning the cost of living. After her 24th birthday rolled around, I decided to have a difficult talk with her, letting her know that I couldn't keep paying for both of our lifestyles, especially as hers was a little more expensive than mine, and I needed her to get a job to support herself. She was livid, accusing me of spending my money on a new girlfriend, and it was the only reason why I couldn't spend on her like I was supposed to. I think it was at this point that my eyes started to open up more, and I understood what my cousin had been telling me about. I realized then that Maddie was a bit of a witch, and it hurt me a lot. She did get a job not too long after. It shocked me how easy it was for her to get it, but she only spent her paychecks on herself, leaving me to pay rent and buy groceries on my own. On a random day, I was feeling really sick at work, so I only did half a day and decided to go home during lunchtime rest, only to find my door open. I was scared that my house had been broken into, only to find that my girlfriend was busy cheating on me with the same person she accused of assaulting her. The doors were wide open, but there was a bong in the corner, so chances were they didn't hear me coming. I took a video for evidence purposes, and I intended to alert them, but on a second note, I decided against it. I left to my cousin's place instead, where I had a spare key, and cried the entire afternoon. When I did my findings, it turned out that Maddie's insecurity was an elaborate cover so I wouldn't figure anything. She'd been cheating on me for a long freaking time. I planned to just show Maddie the video and give her a week to move out, but my best friend had other ideas. For the first time, I let her take the lead, silencing the sensible voice in my head. Now, Maddie has always been a casual druggie. Not just weed, but the occasional cocaine, meth, sometimes heroin. You would never know because she cleaned up nice and only did it every other weekend at social settings. The thing was, I had pictures of her doing some of these drugs. Not of my own will, but because she asked me to do it for documentation purposes. My cousin knew about these pictures, and she decided that it would be a great idea to compile them into a slideshow presentation. During this time, I was pretending things were fine between Maddie and I, but everything I ever felt for her was gone. I was also slowly moving my things over to my cousin's so that after our little revenge plan had taken place, I wouldn't need to see Maddie's face again. She, Maddie, had hit her 6-month mark at work and would be taken off probation after she did a really important presentation. It was nice to see her worked up about something, and I even offered to help. My cousin and I had been waiting for the right time to show the evidence we had against Maddie, and her work presentation was perfect. After she had finished her presentation and gone to sleep, I took the flash drive and exchanged the information inside, putting it safely back into her bag after I was done. Did I feel guilty? Yes, incredibly. But then again, Maddie had been the worst to me, so she deserved it. As expected, she lost her job and came home to find an eviction note and the shock of me having completely moved out, leaving a note where I asked her never to contact me again, attached to printed pictures of her cheating tryst. Maddie went to jail for a bit, I don't know how long, and I don't care. But I hear she's back together and living with the person she cheated on me with. I stole my ex-boyfriend's jewelry. My boyfriend and I lived together for most of college. It was love at first sight for the two of us. I saw him and liked him instantly. He felt the same way, but we didn't start dating until weeks after. We got talking and realized our parents were exes. His mom and my dad dated back in high school. They came from the same community and were in love with each other. It was so surreal because we were both aware of our parents' love story. When he told his hippie mom, she said it may be fate and that since she and my dad didn't marry, we probably would. Call me weird or a hopeless romantic, but it seemed like a great love story for me too. We started dating and got a place together in sophomore year. I was obsessed with my boyfriend. I always wanted to be with him, to be around him, and stay connected to him. All of his friends rolled their eyes whenever we showed each other affection publicly. He was touchy-feely, so we were always together. Unlike me, my boyfriend had a life separate from mine in college. He was president and an active member of different communities for Black students. He had an active social life, but I hardly had any friends of my own. All the people I called friends whilst in school were his friends, not mine. While my boyfriend and I appeared to be a couple that was crazy about each other and can't keep their hands off each other, we had a serious problem in our relationship. My boyfriend was a chronic cheat. He cheated so much in our relationship that I spend 60% of my time with him quarreling about yet another cheating situation. It was exhausting having to fight him all the time about cheating. At some point, I was in a love triangle with him and this other girl. I was very close to leaving, but she was uncomfortable with him having a girlfriend, and since he refused to break up with me, she ended it. One of his episodes that stood out for me was when I went home for a weekend, and he invited his girlfriend over to where we lived. She stayed all weekend, and just as they were leaving the building to his car with her bags, my taxi pulled up to the front of the building and I saw them. I jumped out of the taxi and went straight to her to attack her. I pulled her hair and bit her on the arm. Unfortunately, she was stronger. She hit me on the head and I fell to the ground. My wicked ex-boyfriend left me there and took her to the airport while I lay on the ground, feeling weak and depleted. It wasn't until he left that my neighbor found me lying on the floor and drove me to the hospital with the help of the taxi guy. The taxi guy was irritated and asked if I was going to get back together with my ex. I told him I could never. My neighbor was pleased because she smiled faintly and tapped me on the back. I know she'd heard us fighting many times about his constant infidelity. When my neighbor took me home, they told my mom what had happened. My parents were not so thrilled that I was living with my boyfriend anyway, so my mom made a call to her old friend who taught at my school, and she offered to let me stay in her guest house for as long as I needed to. I packed a bag and ignored the pleas from my ex. I told him I was done, and at that time I meant it. I stayed in the professor's guest room for a month. It was heart-wrenching not having any friend I could at least confide in. There was no one to come over and comfort me. I was miserable. I was even more miserable when 2 weeks after I left the house we stayed in, my ex started dating the girl in the love triangle. I was so sad thinking of how happy she would have been to hear that my ex and I were no longer together. I cried and cried. One day, I was tempted to call my ex, and I did. I pretended to be drunk so it would look like I just drunk dialed him. "Where are you?" he asked, alarmed. "Do you need me to come to get you?" I was so flattered that he cared. I hung up and switched my phone off. The next morning, he was waiting right at my spot in school. It was right under a bench under a huge tree. I loved that spot because of how exclusive it was. People rarely hung out there. It was mostly me and sometimes my ex and I, sitting there to talk or study in between classes. He looked up and saw me, but I turned around and started to walk away. He chased me and caught me and said, "What happened last night?" I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." He said, "You look fine. How did you deal with your hangover?" I said, "Leave me alone." "Fine," he said. "I just wanted to make sure you're okay. You never drink that much. I was worried." I shrugged and said, I guess I was dealing with a lot. Do you want to come back home? He asked me. Why? Don't you have your new girlfriend living with you? He said, nope, she's not. She has her place. I know you know that. Look, I miss you and I love you. It's always been you. You know that. He kissed me lightly on the lip. That was all I needed. That evening, I told the professor I was going back to my boyfriend's the next day. Call it my stupid belief in fate, or that some supernatural powers had brought us together, or I'd simply read too many romance novels where the guy starts as a monster and then suddenly metamorphoses into the sweetest being ever. I went back the next morning and my ex was happy to see me. I told him he had to end it with the other girl. He called her and ended it while I watched. I was happy that we could finally put her behind us. She'd always been in the background somewhere and it annoyed me. I also knew that it wasn't just sex for him. He liked her, which bothered me even more. When he told her that it was over, I thought the worst had ended. We could finally put the past behind us and he'll go on to be the boyfriend of my dreams. When we got back together, I decided to make new friends. I remembered how miserable I felt when we weren't together and decided I needed my friends who were not his friends. I met someone later that month who was quite cool. She was a freshman who loved reading just like me. She made fun of my love for romance books and I couldn't understand why she would only read thrillers and self-help books. We connected and became good friends. I invited her over often and visited her in her dorm room often. We clicked so well despite our differences. I finally had someone to talk to about stuff. I told her about my relationship with my boyfriend, and she was stunned. She said, if you were my friend then, I would never have let you go back to him. Wow. I hated that she said that. It made me feel like I was a loser for getting back together with my boyfriend. So you think I'm a loser for getting back together with him? I asked her. No, I think he's a loser for stepping out on you. You're a beautiful woman and he fumbled like that? Nah. I smiled and let it go. I know what you mean, but he's never getting away with that ever again. I don't even think he'd do that anymore. I think we're way past that, and he seems a lot more mature these days. I also told her that I suspect he was acting out because his mom died. She said, I understand that you're trying to be understanding, and that's great, but his mom's death is no excuse for him to disrespect you. Even if that was the reason, you don't have to sit around and tolerate it. The year my ex and I moved in together, his mom had died. She'd been struggling with a terminal illness since he was in high school, and they had spent so much on her treatment. His mom was financially comfortable before her health deteriorated, but her illness stressed and drained them financially. When she died, she left them their house, but he had to give it up since he couldn't afford to pay the mortgage on it. He and his sister got some of her possessions that were quite priced, like artworks and gold jewelry. He sold the artwork and kept the pieces of jewelry away in the safe for life after graduation. While that conversation with my friend made me upset for a bit, I needed to have that conversation with my friend that day. Our friendship deepened, and it helped me spend less time worrying about what my ex was doing with his time. I also became less obsessed with hinging my happiness to the state of my relationship with my ex. She invited me to meet some of her friends, and I soon made new acquaintances through her. Our friendship was going well, until I noticed the sharp change in her relationship with me. She started avoiding me, and when I would visit her, she would say as little as she could to me. She replied to me in monosyllables, and our conversations lacked depth. I was quite worried about it, so I told my boyfriend that my friend was acting strange. He brushed it off. Girls can be dramatic, he said nonchalantly. I said, well, I need to know what's going on. I'm worried, she's my best friend. He frowned. I'm not your best friend? I rolled my eyes at him and said, I'm just going to ask her. I mean, we didn't even have an argument or anything. I want to know if I said or did something wrong. You don't have to ask, he said, and kissed my cheek. Who cares what the deal is? Let her be. I nodded, but I didn't agree and made a mental note to ask her later. I wanted to do it in person, so I went to her dorm and knocked. Can we talk? I asked when she opened it. Outside? She agreed and went out with me. I said, you've been avoiding me and I want to know why. She said, I have not. I said, don't lie to me, please. Don't make me feel stupid. She sighed and apologized, then said, I don't know how to tell you this. Well, your boyfriend's been hitting on me. I could not believe my ears. What? I asked. My face could not even register my shock. I hadn't even fully processed what she said. She said, yes. The last time I was in your house for that Halloween party, he tried to kiss me. He's been hitting on me via text and I've been ignoring him. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, disappointed that she would keep something like that from me. I know how attached you are to your boyfriend, she said. I would have to say anything to you and have you not believe me. I believe you, I assured her. My ex had cheated on me with almost all the girls in his clique anyway. It wasn't so unbelievable that he was hitting on my friend. I wish you had told me, I said to her. I didn't deserve to be left in the dark just because she thought I was too attached to my boyfriend to believe her. I left her that day feeling horrible. I had spent nearly all my years in college loving a guy that didn't care about me or respect me. It wasn't enough that he had put me through so much. He also hit on my friend and tried to ruin the only friend I'd managed to make in school. I got home that evening feeling depleted and sad. I had tolerated too much in that relationship, and I wished I'd left earlier. I got in and noticed a bright pink purse on the kitchen counter. I ran into the bedroom, and my ex was there, making out with the girl he broke up with right before me. I screamed and ran to the kitchen. I badly wanted to hurt him with something, maybe a wooden spoon or a pan. He managed to run out, leaving the girl behind. She looked scared when I turned around and saw her. I didn't care about her. She wouldn't be there if my ex hadn't invited her. I told him I was going to be at the library and brought her in. It had to be that he especially enjoyed the fear of being caught because he could have gone to her house. I threw her purse at her and she ran out of the house. I thought for so long about what to do to mess with my ex. The pieces of jewelry his mom gave him were my best bet. I went into the room and dialed in the safe's code. They were carefully wrapped in a big brown envelope. I took it out and kept it in my purse, jumped in my car, and drove away. I kept driving until I found somewhere deserted. I walked a bit farther into the woods, threw the parcel there, and drove back home. He was still not back when I returned, so I called my friend and told her what I had seen. She came over and helped me move all of my stuff from the house. My ex didn't notice his jewelry was missing until nearly 2 months later when he tried to get me arrested. Funnily, he didn't call me after what happened that day. He was probably glad I left, so I didn't feel at all for what I did. I never told my friend though. I knew she would try to convince me to return there and retrieve the parcel. I know some people might wonder why I didn't sell it, but it's because it wasn't safe to do so. I could have been caught. Plus, I didn't do it because I needed the money. I just wanted to punish him. I'd hope someone who needed the money found it and sold it though. Do you guys think, considering what OP did here, there's like a time period where it would become acceptable to tell them where the jewelry actually is? You know, if granted somebody didn't stumble across it and grab it up already. Like say like a couple years later, they're finally like, okay, here's the jewelry, it's so-and-so. Maybe try to send it anonymously too. On second thought, maybe you should just let it go because you don't really want to implicate yourself there.
My sociopath stepsister told everyone in school that I was adopted. My stepsister and I have known each other almost all our lives because our parents, my mother and her father, started dating when we were kids. I think we were about 6 at the time. Her parents were still married when her dad started going out with my mom, so basically he was cheating with my mom, who was at the time a single mom. Eventually, he decided to marry my mom since they were crazy about each other. His ex-wife refused to agree to a divorce, so for a very long time, he was married to her while openly dating my mom. I know he is kind of a bad guy, but one thing I have learned about love and two people in love is to stay out of their way. People in love will do anything to be together, even if it means hurting those who love and care about them. My stepsister's mom finally consented to a divorce, and she was settled by my stepdad. They also shared custody of their daughter. My stepdad is a rich guy. He has a lot of money, and she got huge checks for alimony each month until she remarried and moved to London with her French husband. Funnily, although my stepdad had a woman he planned to marry, he still did not marry my mom. It was not until after his ex-wife married her French husband that my stepdad finally picked a date for their wedding. They were engaged for a while though. Even though my stepdad had moved in with us before he and my mom legally got married, and he shared custody with his wife, my stepsister never spent a night at our house. My mom even had the guest room readied for whenever she'd had to visit, but she never visited for more than an hour. She would come around and she and her dad would immediately go out together or something. We attended the same school though, and I saw her regularly. My mom had told me in the past that her mother went crazy when she found out about her and my stepdad, so I always felt bad for her. I wondered what she went through at home with her mother. Once, I tried to talk to her about it. I went over to where she was hanging out with her friends and asked to speak with her. She followed me, looking around suspiciously, as though she did not want anyone to see her talking to me. I found that so weird because I had excused her from her friends and they all saw her leave the cafeteria with me. "What do you want?" I smiled awkwardly. "Hi, we've met. I'm your stepsister." She frowned at me, then looked around nervously again. "I am not your sister." "Stepsister," I corrected her. Whatever. I do not care. What do you want from me? I mean, you have my dad. What else would you like?" "What?" I was shocked that she thought I had taken her dad. Interestingly, I don't have a good relationship with her father. It wasn't that we fought or anything of the sort, but we had no similarities or shared interest. He respected me and I respected him, so we were at most cordial. I tried to explain that to her, but she cut me off. "Look, what do you want? I feel like I have asked this question a million times. If I have to ask again, I just might die. I just wanted to see how you were doing. You know, holding up after your parents' divorce. I hear your mom is not taking it well." "Shut up!" she yelled, interrupting my little speech. I was going to tell her that if she needed someone to talk to, she was welcome to talk to me. "Are you out of your mind?" she asked. I was suddenly scared. "You must be out of your mind. How is my parents' divorce your business?" She walked back to the cafeteria angrily. I just stood there looking and feeling stupid. Before then, she pretty much stayed away from me, and I stayed away from her too. We never spoke to each other, but we knew who we were to each other. After I spoke to her that day, she probably went from being indifferent about me to flat out hating my guts. She told everyone my mom was a homewrecker, and I soon was known as the homewrecker's daughter in school. No one ever said anything mean to me about it. My school had a very low tolerance for bullying and violence, but I noticed how they turned up their noses when I walked by or ignored me. One of my friends soon started to ignore me too. I didn't blame her though. She wanted badly to be one of the cool kids. I have never cared about being a cool kid. I just did not bother myself with stuff like that. I am a very pretty girl, one of the most beautiful in my high school. I may not have been popular or as popular as my stepsister, but I had the popular guys chasing me. I didn't date any of them though. I was with the school's top scientist and I was totally fine with my life. One day, I came out of the bathroom and saw a girl who was in one of my classes reapplying gloss on her lips. "Can I ask you something?" she asked. I looked around to be sure that she was talking to me. Me? "Yes, you. How did you feel about your mom dating a known married man?" "It feels weird, doesn't it? That man left his wife and daughter and moved in with you and your mother." I walked out and waited angrily for my mom to pick me up. I sort of resented my mom at first, but it just hurt me that I was being made to pay for her actions. I also hated my stepdad for doing that to his family and putting me on the spot too. My reputation as the girl whose mom is a homewrecker soon faded, and I was starting to have a normal, decent life in school again when my stepsister's mom got married. She did not like her mom's new husband and did not want to leave her life at school, so she chose to stay back. Since her mom was moving to a different country, she had to move in with us. Living with her was not as bad as I thought it would be. We mostly stayed out of each other's way. She never joined my mom and I at the dining table whenever we were eating dinner, and her dad was not home. Even when her dad was home, he would yell at her to come downstairs and join us at the table before she came down to have dinner with us. He got tired of calling her, and the three of us ate dinner together without her. Her friends came around often, a bunch of loud girls, and sometimes their boyfriends came with them too. My boyfriend was friends with one of the boyfriends, so he sometimes joined in their movie night and generally hung out with them. He tried to make me come with him sometimes, but I didn't want to. "She probably doesn't want me there," I would say to him. I was usually with my best friend anyway, so I barely cared about being excluded. My mom worried sometimes that I was feeling left out and would try to cheer me up even when I assured her many times that I didn't care. After one of their hangouts though, my boyfriend told me my stepsister's boyfriend had just broken up with her. They had apparently been having issues in their relationship. He said she was too clingy and could no longer stand her clinginess. My boyfriend encouraged me to go to her room to console her. "I don't think she would like that. We're not even friends." "Well, I think you should. She's upset about it." We had to end the movie abruptly. He broke up with her via a text, and she really should not have checked her messages while we were watching a movie. He broke up with her via text. What a jerk. So I promised my boyfriend I would check on her in the next morning before he left that night. When the next morning came, I knocked on her door and she asked me to come in. It was awkward and all, but she soon started talking about her relationship with her ex. I know I was clingy. I know that, but I have to be. Everyone has been taken from me over and over again. My mom is away in another country, and my dad remarried and does not pay me any attention anymore. He seemed to be the only one who cared, and I constantly worried about him leaving too. I felt sorry for her, and I told her that I understood her plight. I had dealt with the fear of abandonment too. Mine was even severe, so severe that I had to see a professional. Really? Why? She asked, staring at me curiously. Your mom is very present, and it's almost like she lives for you. You have a great relationship. Yeah, we do. Was it your dad's death? I know your mom is widowed. I was reluctant to trust her with my secret, but I badly wanted us to connect. I had always wished I had a sister, and it looked like my only chance to get one. No, it was not my dad. It wasn't him. Well, what happened then? I know the fear comes up after one has lost a parent of sorts when they were young. My mother left, I replied. Your mother? I don't understand, but she is here now. I'm talking about my birth mom, I told her. I regretted it when I said it, but sadly words can't be taken back. I knew my mom would be mad if she found out I trusted someone else with our secret. I'm not sure why my mom didn't like people knowing I was adopted, but she didn't like it. She told me many times to tell only the people that I trusted. You're adopted. My stepsister was shocked. I nodded and quickly added, don't tell anyone though, I don't like to tell people about it, and my mom doesn't like it either. She nodded and we talked more about her ex. Yeah, she was clingy, but the guy was also kind of mean and didn't really treat her well. Plus, he broke up with her over a text. That was pretty disrespectful. I left her room that morning feeling like I had connected with her. She even gave me a ride to school, and we were cool ever since, though she mostly still kept to herself. Now, I'm a swimmer in school, so my mom came to watch a swimming competition I was competing in some days after the conversation with my stepsister, and she also came with my stepdad. That was very rare because my stepdad is a businessman and is very often super busy. So I was quite surprised when I saw him, but pleasantly so because he paid for my swim lessons anyways and deserved to see what he had paid for. When I was walking with my stepdad and mom to where they had parked, I saw my stepsister watching us from afar. I said goodbye to them and tried to talk to her, but she replied to me coldly. I figured it was because she saw her dad come to watch my competition. I had heard her complain to her dad that he couldn't come to see any of her plays in a long time, so I can understand why she was so upset. I expected that she would get over it in no time, but she did not. She stopped talking to me altogether. While I was hurt because I thought we were friends, I moved past it and we went back to not speaking. One day, I noticed that my boyfriend was not responding to my text, and my best friend was not talking to me either. I didn't know what was wrong, but it was a weekend, so I looked forward to finding out why they were acting snobbish the next Monday. Well, it had turned out that my stepsister told everyone that I was adopted, and everyone had told everyone, so my best friend and boyfriend were mad at me because I did not tell them. After days of sending them messages apologizing and trying to get them to talk to me, my boyfriend finally forgave me. But my best friend was mad at me for a long time. She had trusted me so much, and I didn't tell her something that important. While I was struggling to get back in the good books of my boyfriend and best friend, my stepsister was preparing for a big play in school. She was one of the lead characters and would remind her dad every day about it. She even invited my mom too, and she hardly spoke to my mom, so that meant it was important to her. I knew the best way to get back at her was to get in the way of her being present at the play. I never confronted her after what happened, but she was never sorry. She never apologized, and I'm certain she knew my boyfriend was mad at me. As the date for the play grew closer and closer, I saw her in the hallway. She was just leaving her locker, and a thought came to my mind. I immediately accosted her and asked her why she told everyone I was adopted. She tried to avoid me and run away, but I followed and pulled her back. "Leave me alone," she yelled. I ignored her and kept calling her names to provoke her. In annoyance, she pushed me away. I'm quite small and she's taller and bigger, so I fell and hit my elbow on the floor. I stood almost immediately and pulled her hair. Everyone soon gathered to watch, and a teacher came in and took us both to the principal's office. Our parents were invited the next day, and we were immediately suspended for a full week. My school had a very low tolerance for violence. They make that very clear all the time. So the play was scheduled for 3 days after that day, so that meant that my stepsister could not be in the play. She immediately burst out crying, telling our parents and the school principal that I started it. Well, she told everyone I was adopted. I trusted you, I yelled back at her. Her dad asked the principal if he could at least let her take part in the play, but he refused. Even if you had been attacked first, you ought to have reported her immediately. You know the rules. I may have been suspended too, but I didn't care. She did not get to be in that play, and that was all that mattered to me.
I got my coworker fired from work. On a fine Saturday morning, I found out that my coworker was stealing from the company. Well, maybe he wasn't stealing, at least not technically, but he was misappropriating company funds. We both worked in the finance department of our company and have worked together in finance for 4 years since the company was created. I oversaw how money came in and went out of the company and balanced our books, but he was fully in charge of the company's bank accounts. He made the deposits and withdrawals and only reported the figures to me. So while he had direct access to the funds, I didn't. I was aware of how the company's money was spent, but I didn't have direct access to the company's bank account and the funds. I'd noticed for a while how people randomly stopped by to see him. They would go into his office and speak in hushed tones, and then he would see them out. We had to share an office, but after we had our fight at work, HR saw to it that the office had a thin wall demarcation to prevent further troubles. I grew very suspicious when one day I saw someone go into his office and an hour later, he came out holding a check carrying the company's logo. My company's logo was bright green, so it was obvious that he had written a check in the company's checkbook. I didn't get any report of that person having to retrieve money. Things like that came directly to my desk before even getting to him. He was in charge of the money and I was in charge of authorization. Money never went out without my permission. I caught on immediately that he was doing something not quite legal, but I wasn't so sure. Perhaps the manager had instructed him to do so, and because he was a silly, petty human being, he deliberately did not inform me so I'd have to bother him about it when I need to report it at the end of the month. I also figured that if he was doing something illegal or something that was against the company's policy, and I outrightly asked him about it, he would simply hide it better. And I didn't want that, so confronting him about it was totally out of the question. I'm a very vindictive person, and when someone hurts me, I get very determined to get justice for myself. I had waited patiently for this coworker to goof one day so I could run to human resources, so when I saw there was a loophole somewhere, I wanted to be very careful not to blow it. I knew something was fishy, but I also knew my coworker would be smart enough to not let anyone in the company know what he was doing. So I decided to get to know him outside the company. One Monday, our manager came into the office to say hello. He asked how my daughter was doing, and I responded that she was okay. I wanted to know what my coworker's interests were, so I moved close to the wall demarcating our offices to hear what our manager would ask him. "How was basketball this weekend?" I heard my manager ask. I noted that my coworker played basketball, but where? We both had assistants who worked directly for us, but were paid by the company. Later that day, when I saw his assistant come in, I randomly asked him if he played basketball too. "Your boss plays, you know. Have you been to any of his games?" "Yes, I was once in the area one weekend, so I went with my girlfriend to watch him play. He's as good as he says he is," the assistant replied, beaming. "Oh, where was the game played? I understand they change venues sometimes." The assistant told me where and added that it was only played elsewhere if it was a game played against other communities. If it was a home game, it was played there. I smiled and muttered something about attending one of his games in the future before he left for his desk. That weekend, I went to that stadium, and as expected, it was where my coworker and his friend played. I didn't go close to the spectator seats to avoid being sorted by him. Instead, I parked my daughter's car that I came in to avoid my car being noticed by him by the entrance and got down to get drinks. I noticed a woman coming from the game area to get drinks too, and I smiled at her. "Good game, right?" I asked, trying to start a conversation. She smiled back, "Oh my god, yes, and finally the husbands are winning." I had no idea what she was talking about, so I just asked if she was there to watch her husband play. Yes, I've been coming here for a year now. We got married almost 2 years ago. Are you here for someone too? She asked curiously, looking at me as though she was trying to recall who I was. Ah, yes. I mentioned my coworker's name, hoping that she didn't know him. She said, "Oh wow, he finally got a girlfriend." I laughed and said, "Nah, he's not my boyfriend. At least, not yet." She winked at me and said, "I know, right? Men are always trying to keep everything on the low. I'm so glad to be married and done with dating. It's just so tedious dating these days. I can't even keep up with all the new dating terms." "Has he been single for long?" I asked. They said, "To be honest, I don't know a lot about him. My husband barely does too." I do hear the men tease him about being single though. We're only grateful that he helped with that alone when we needed it. I was shocked, but I tried to conceal it. Was my coworker giving out loans with the company's money? She said, "Honestly, what he does is inspiring. I don't believe there's anyone in the country who gives loans at such a low interest rate." I flashed her a big smile. I guess private money lending can be one of the ways to affect people's lives positively. She nodded and said, "Speaking of affecting lives positively, I would like to invite you to my church. We have monthly meetings for women. It's always amazing. Actually, my husband pastors the church." I understood then why she was being extra chatty, but I couldn't complain. She had given me all the information I needed to know anyway. I said, "That's lovely. Is there a flyer or something?" "Yes," she looked happy to have piqued my interest. She reached into her purse and handed me a flyer with 3 beautiful women on it. "Invite your friends too," she said, and walked back into the arena. I didn't think much about the chatty pastor's wife. I only just wondered about the audacity of my coworker to start a private money lending business with company funds. That was crazy. I suspected that he gave out money, but I didn't expect that he made a full-blown business out of the money that belonged to the company. I knew it was suspicious that he still drove an old, crusty car when even his subordinates drove better cars. The car was only a ploy to distract people from seeing what he was doing. The next Monday, I marched straight to Human Resources to report what was going on. Our company, though a fast-growing one, was still growing, so we only have 3 staff in Human Resources. 2 of them were shocked, but one expressed that he wasn't surprised. "There is certainly something suspicious about him," he said. I rolled my eyes in my head when he said that. He was the same person who had told me to my face that he didn't believe that my coworker would pick on me because he came off as a nice dude. As was the company's policy, they invited him but did not reveal who had reported him to the company, though I expected that he would suspect me. Surprisingly, he thought his assistant had reported him. He tried to implicate his assistant and confessed that his assistant had known for 2 months. Our boss was very angry. He came into my office yelling and screaming. The HR guys had to come in to calm him down. He trusted my coworkers so much and had put him at the helm of affairs. He was thoroughly disappointed by what he had done. The legal team was invited and he was called in for a meeting. My boss kept telling everyone who cared to listen that he would make sure my coworker's reputation is ruined and that my boss never works in a finance firm in the country again. It was an interesting day at work. Everyone was talking about what had happened. My coworker was sacked that day. He was ordered to immediately stop coming to work while the legal team deliberated on whether or not the company should sue. I went home deeply satisfied that day. My daughter didn't understand why I was so overjoyed, but I knew what I had done. The legal team and his lawyer eventually agreed on settling out of court, but eventually that failed and they had to go to court. To this day, the company's tied up in a legal battle with my former coworker. A new person was employed. She's a great woman with a great work ethic, but also one that creates a fun environment to work in, and I am ever grateful for that. One might wonder why I did that to my coworker. Well, here goes. As I mentioned earlier, that man and I started working for the company at its inception. He hit on me on the first day we met. I didn't encourage his flirtatious behavior because I was married at the time. One day he tried to kiss me at work and I shoved him away. I still don't understand what in my conduct or behavior made him think it was okay to just bring his lips close to mine. I shoved him away and warned him to never do that again. Ever since, he became very hostile towards me. I didn't care. I just went about my work as usual. For a long time, I thought that if I just ignored him, he would become tired and let me be, but I was wrong. He kept being so critical of whatever I did at work. He kept making disparaging and deriding comments about my work. When I was promoted and had to share an office with him, he insinuated that I must have slept around to earn a promotion. He turned my former assistant against me too. The two of them bullied me so much that I had to report them. HR told me that I was free to let go of my assistant. She was employed by the office, but she worked for me, so I had a house and could decide whether I wanted her or not. They also created a wall to limit interactions with my coworker. They only did that to shut me up because none of them believed all that I had told them about my coworker. I didn't blame them though. He pretended to be a saint and made extra efforts to make everyone love him at work. He paid compliments to people and joked around. Everyone felt that I was the problem. They asked why I was the only one who seemed to think he was a jerk. They also hated me for firing my assistant. For years, I was hated at work. People actively avoided me and saw me as a troublesome person. Nobody believed me when I said he'd made passes at me either. What, however, made me hellbent on ruining him was when he tried to get me fired. A year before I exposed his deception to human resources, my husband left me. I was heartbroken and hurt. I was so hurt that I felt physical pain in my chest. I had a hard time focusing on my job. I was always sad and in despair, so I had to apply for a leave. HR was kind enough to grant me 21 days off, so I stayed home to handle my feelings properly. I spent 21 days in my home working very hard on my recovery. I also talked to a professional with my daughter. At the end of my leave, I was ready to go back to work and do a great job again. Naturally, since I'd been away from work for a while and was out of touch with everything that was happening at work, I had a slow first week. What did my petty colleague do? He went straight to my boss and complained that I'd fallen off. He even mentioned that my mental health may have been affected and that I could no longer be trusted to do a good job, especially since my job had to do with numbers. I was annoyed when my boss came to tell me this. I went straight to his office and attacked him. In hindsight, I should never have done that. Doing that cemented my reputation as the crazy lady. The only reason I was able to keep my job was because of my stellar performance before I went on that leave. I was, however, excused from work for 3 more weeks. This time, it was unpaid. I stayed at home feeling bad about myself. All the work I'd done on myself came undone. I felt very crappy all through my stay at home. When I eventually resumed again, I walked on eggshells and worked extra hard to prove to my boss that I was okay and fit for the job. I would have lost my mind if I had lost my husband and job in the same year. While I was grateful to have been able to keep my job, I hated my coworker and sought ways to destroy him. That's why when I suspected that something was not right, I pursued it with all my might, and I felt extremely fulfilled when I eventually got him fired. I considered sending him an email to let him know that I was the one that exposed him, since it was never mentioned to him, but my best friend advised against it. She pointed out that he could find me and harm me or have someone do that for me if he found out, so I never told him. Surprisingly, he didn't suspect that it was me, or he probably did and just never showed it. That was how I got my colleague fired for picking on me at work. Although there's a crazy amount of backstory, and this guy deserved to get fired for a litany of things before OP ever truly got something undeniable to fire them over, regardless, what OP did here was the right thing. It's just sad that OP felt the need to become their own personal private investigator and look into the depths of everything because they wouldn't have took OP seriously otherwise. My roommate outed me to my parents. This was how I made him pay. When I got into college, I was super excited to get started. As is the custom in my family, my parents and sisters went in with me. It was sort of embarrassing having them all fuss over me, but I was grateful to have them there. They met my roommate too, and I introduced myself and my parents to him. My dad liked him instantly because he revealed he was Catholic too. What a beautiful coincidence, my mom beamed. You must take him with you to mass every Sunday, my dad said to him. I smiled that day, knowing that there was no way I was going to church in college. I had managed to keep going for years, but it was only because of my parents. Since I no longer lived at home, I could never keep going to church. I dreaded having a roommate who would remind me of home. It made me very uncomfortable. I love my family very much, but I hated the church routine at home. I didn't like going to Burr, I never agreed with the priests, and I honestly don't even believe in whatever he said. I stopped believing a long time before that. I can't even remember when. For as long as I've known myself, I've questioned the concept of religion and faith. I, however, never stopped going to Mass and pretending to love it for the sake of my family. Both my maternal and paternal extended family are very devoted Catholics, and I have an uncle who's a priest. While my family is amazing and supportive, my parents are strict Catholics and never tolerated us stepping out of line or doing whatever contradicted the rules of our religion. My sisters and I attended a Catholic high school. My parents chose that so we would stay in the faith. After my parents left, my roommate tried to talk about the parish he attended, but I politely told him I wasn't interested. I felt there was no reason to lie to him. He wasn't some authority figure anyway, and my parents had left. There was no way I could let myself keep going through the strenuous process of pretending I enjoyed Mass and forcing myself to perform. He smiled and said he understood me. Not many Catholic students continue being Catholics when they get into college. This is because the way the faith was presented to them by their families. Some have associated Catholicism with their strict parents and sometimes abusive parents. I nodded. I agreed with his opinion, but that wasn't my situation. I know people from high school who left home and immediately stopped being Catholic because they had very controlling and abusive parents, and the trauma of being in church again wasn't something they could handle. I said, nah, it's not that. I'm afraid I never strongly believed in any of the church's tenets. They say, how about I invite you to a church program this weekend? If you don't like it, you can always just leave, but I promise you will. It's a very different, unconventional Catholic gathering. I reluctantly agreed, partly because it was only fair to my roommate. I knew I wouldn't like it and would leave anyway, and also partly because I hoped I would truly enjoy the Mass and would want to attend again in the future. Just maybe I would keep being Catholic and never have to break any news to my parents and sisters. We went to church together that weekend. It was a small, beautiful church with a garden of flowers planted around it. The sight was just breathtaking. When I got in, I saw that it was indeed a different air, most likely because the church was populated by young people. The girls and guys dressed in different ways. Some of the ladies wore super short skirts. There was certainly no judgment about how anyone decided to look. The priest was also very friendly, and so was everyone. The church was a close-knitted one, but it was still a church, and the rules remained the same. The tenets of the church remained the same. While I appreciated the vibrancy and community in that church, I still didn't believe in the tenets of the church and wasn't interested in becoming a member. I told my roommate this when we returned to the dorm. He smiled good-naturedly, but I could tell that he was kind of offended. I didn't care. I wasn't going to do something I didn't want to just to be in the good books of my roommate. I did that all through my life at home anyway. The major reason I fell out of love with the Catholic Church was that I discovered when I was just 14 that I wasn't into girls. I refused to accept it until I was 16 and met my first secret boyfriend in school. We could not publicly show that we were together because we attended a Catholic school. His parents were not Catholics like mine, but they were Christians and would never have accepted him if he came out to them. I could not come out to my parents either, so we kept it under wraps, never told our families, and never even let anyone know that we were friends out of fear that people would figure out that we were dating. My secret boyfriend even had a girlfriend at the time just to cover up that he was gay. I never had a girlfriend. My parents never asked me why. Even when we went to prom, I took my friends. The three of us have been friends for a long time. The girls knew I was gay and they loved and accepted me. They were the first people who ever accepted me. One of the girls had a mom who was very loving towards me and would always ask if I was okay. She was a shrink too, so she would offer to speak to me if I ever needed to talk. I was grateful for her offer, but I never took it. I suspect that my parents never asked why because they knew I was gay. They probably hoped that one day I would come to love some girl. My dad once tried to set me up with his friend's daughter. She was a very pretty Catholic girl with the shiniest hair ever. We did go on a date that my dad generously gave me money for, but she figured out my sexuality in no time. "You're gay, aren't you?" she asked suddenly. I said, "No, I'm not. Why would you think so?" She says, "I just know so." "Do your parents know?" I was irritated. I wasn't about to let her out me in trouble, so I feigned anger and dismissed her. Why do people think that a well-groomed guy has to be gay? Honestly, that's just incredibly sexist and a backward way to think. She said, well, it's not just your looks. You don't even look like the stereotypical gay man, but you do have a gay aura, you know? I said, what's a gay aura? I'm not gay, I said quickly, not wanting to go any further with the conversation. I disliked her after, and when my mom asked how the date went, I told her this. She asked, why? She's beautiful. I said, yes, but she's annoying and talks too much. I'd rather never see her again. My mom looked puzzled, but she didn't question it. My dad was obviously disappointed that I didn't like her and that the date didn't go well. I don't understand what you're on about, son. That girl is one of the finest girls around here. She's pleasant. I can't see why you wouldn't want to be with her. I said nothing that night. I wasn't going to pretend to like her just because I wanted to please my father. She could get me in trouble anyway, and I'd rather not deal with that. Soon enough in school, I met a cute guy who was a freshman just like me. He'd been gay all his life and had had 2 serious relationships. I was so jealous of him and the acceptance he enjoyed from his irreligious family. We soon started hanging out together. He visited me often in my dorm room too. One day, he kissed me and we started kissing after studying together. We would talk about a book we were reading in class, and afterward, we would lock lips and just cuddle. One day, my roommate walked in on us kissing. It was the first time anyone would walk in on me kissing a guy. I had only told my best friends that I and my secret boyfriend in high school kissed. No one had ever seen us. Naturally, I was embarrassed and moved away as soon as my roommate came in. My roommate said nothing. He dropped the groceries he'd bought close to his bed and walked out quietly. The boy I was kissing was mad. Why did you shove me? He asked. Shove? I didn't shove you. They said, yes, you did when your roommate came in. I apologized and told him why that happened, and while he understood me, he clearly stated that he did not want to be in that kind of relationship. He said, I'm sorry, I just want someone who's proud of who they are and have accepted themselves to not care if others accept them too or not. I knew and agreed with what he said, and I promised to stop hiding. I told you my last relationship was very hush-hush. I don't know how to not hide my relationship, but I'm willing to learn. We became official that day. I had promised myself that I was never going to hide in college. I wanted to live my life and be free of the fear that someone from home would catch me, and that was why I deliberately chose a university that was very far from home. After my boyfriend had left, my roommate came in and said nothing to me. I don't know what to say either, so I said nothing too. After a while, he asked, was that why you wanted to leave the church? Because you're sinning? I'm not sinning, I replied, unwilling to have that conversation with him. He said, yes, you are. You have to stop and come back to church. God can still save you. I was irritated by his comment, but I decided against replying to him. There was no point in doing that. One day, I returned from the library and found my contact book on my roommate's desk. I wondered why it was there, but I didn't think much of it. I had to meet my boyfriend later anyway, so I rushed to the bathroom to shower and left. My boyfriend and I went to a party and we had so much fun. As we were about to leave, I noticed that I'd missed many calls from my mom and sisters. On the drive home, I called my mom. Are you really gay? My mom asked in tears as soon as she received my calls. I was stunned and didn't know what to say. Your roommate said he walked in on you kissing a boy, my mom went on. I suddenly felt sick and hung up. My boyfriend had to pull over so I could throw up. My roommate had ruined my relationship with my parents with one phone call. Yes, I was going to come out to my parents eventually, but it was something I had to do. I didn't need my roommate to do it for me. I didn't take my parents' or sisters' calls that night. When my dad spoke to me the next morning, I was certain that he'd cut me off financially, but he didn't do that. He told me that they would wait for me to repent, but until then, I wasn't welcome at home because he didn't want me to make my mother cry. 2 of my sisters tried to talk sense into me, but I told them I'd accepted who I am and can only hope they do too. Only one of my sisters, the oldest, was supportive. She asked me to reach out to her if I needed anything, and she said she loved me anyway. For 2 weeks, I avoided going to the dorm. Whatever I needed was retrieved for me by my boyfriend. I stayed over at his place until I was ready to go back to my room. Of course, I didn't speak to my roommate. He tried to talk to me though. He said something about trying to help me. I ignored him and instead thought of how to deal with him. A fine idea came to my mind, and I set to work immediately. My boyfriend's dad owns a hardware store, so they had a lot of stuff in their garage. I called to ask if they had a spy camera I could borrow. They didn't, but his sister had a friend who did. He asked them if I could borrow it, and they obliged. Later that week, I set up the spy camera in a corner of the bathroom I shared with my roommate. I was going to save a recording of him bathing and make sure everyone saw it, but luck smiled on me and I got way more than I'd asked for. The camera picked up motion, and it only worked when something moved. My roommate had entered the bathroom and pulled down his trousers to help himself, and the camera fully captured it. Saying I was excited to see what had fallen in my lap is an understatement. I immediately saved the video and spoke to a computer geek that lived next door. I asked if he knew how I could upload a post anonymously, and he told me the different ways too. It was close to the end of the session when I released the video and used a burner account to post the link on his church's Instagram page. Soon enough, everyone had seen my roommate doing the deed and even moaning with his face everywhere. He was an important executive in his church, so he refrained from reporting to the school authorities. He instead had to attend classes in the church to help him stop his bad habit. My roommate hardly came to the dorm until the session was over and we moved out. The last time I saw him, he confronted me, but I yelled at him and told him I didn't know what he was talking about. He was frustrated and cried, but I paid no attention to him. After all, his situation would blow over soon enough, but I still had to deal with my family who had banned me from coming home, even on holidays. Ex-boyfriend spread a rumor about me, so I burnt his house. People talk a lot of crap about the logistics of a failed relationship, just crap. Some people say it's no problem to keep being friends with your exes. Some other people think you should end the friendship, but you should still be civil with them. Well, I'll tell you today that both approaches are BS. The best way to deal with a failed relationship is for you guys to not only go your separate ways, you should also go your separate countries, and if possible, your separate continents. It's virtually impossible to still be friends with the people you were once intimate with, because when they see you, they see all the reasons why the relationship didn't work out. And when you see them, you see everything you don't want in a partner. With this approach, you'd find that it's impossible to coexist with your ex-partners without a little war and bloodshed. I mean that figuratively, of course. I was one of those people that used to think that you could still be good friends with your ex-partners. My logic was that there was something that attracted them to you in the first place, and it wasn't just the urge to have a partner. I used to think that I was attracted to intelligent and friendly people, and because of this, I found it hard to break off all the relationships with my ex-partners. Well, that was before I dated this guy from heck. My logic of trying to keep a good relationship with ex-boyfriends led me down a path that ended with me lighting his house on fire. But before you start judging me, let me give you the full story. During my first year as a marketing intern, I was so busy. I never had any time for myself or anything outside of my work. I had my normal duties to deal with. Then I had a really crazy boss who likes to annoy me at every chance he gets. He makes me do the kind of duties that aren't in my job description. One time, he made me go grocery shopping and deliver the items bought to his house. These jobs made me slack on my regular jobs, but I did it anyway. At the end of the workday, all I wanted was to come back home, crawl up in bed, and sleep the tiredness away, and wake up just in time to get ready for work the next day. After the first year, I got put on a retainer, and 2 years after that, for some mysterious reason, my crazy boss was let go. I started to have some free time to myself. I decided to go out for lunch one weekend with my friends, whom I hadn't fully seen in a really long time. They had so much to say: who dated who slept with who broke up with who. It was fun. Then they turned to me and asked why I was still single. At first, I just told them that I couldn't mix work life and dating. They didn't believe that. Then they invited me to a party the next weekend. I tried to say no because I wanted that weekend to myself, but they convinced me that we were young and we needed to do a lot of dating when we could. I believed them, then decided to go to the party the next week. I should have stayed at home. The next week, I got myself mentally prepared, went on a jog, took a bath, then picked up some nice clothes. Then I drove over to my friend's house where the party was being held. I quickly went to find my friend, and she started to steer me across the room, telling me about this super fine guy she wanted me to meet. I managed to convince her to hold on for a minute so I could get a drink. I went for my drink, but I didn't go back. I hid in the corner of the room and sipped my beer, hoping and praying that I could pass the time without anyone noticing me. That same moment, a guy walked up to me, and I looked at his face, and boy, he was handsome. He had wheat blonde hair and bright blue eyes, like the sky on a sunny day, a smile so radiant, so contagious that I smiled back, and a perfect set of teeth, and trust me, I don't use the word perfect sparingly. He said hi and came to sit by my side. He started to make fun of some of the people dancing in the center of the room, and he was so funny that after a while, I fell off my seat in laughter. My friend walked up to me after a while and told me she'd been looking all over for me. She looked at the guy seated beside me, then whispered to my ear that he was the guy she wanted to introduce me to. She said his name was Darren, and he was an intern at one of the best interior design firms in the city. I shrugged and said okay. My friend looked at me bewildered and then warned me not to let him out of my sight. I said okay one more time, and she left. When Darren asked what the problem was, I told him that she'd been trying to set me up forever, and he laughed. We went outside the building to a quiet part of the house, and we spoke about family, friends, ex-lovers, and future prospects. And when I looked up, it was nightfall. He gave me his business card and told me to give him a call anytime I wanted to hang out. I said okay, went to my car, and drove off. Throughout the ride, I was thinking about Darren. He was so cool, so calm and laid back. I wasn't one to fantasize, but I could already picture myself with him, hanging out together, laughing, watching movies, and eating popcorn. It looked perfect in my head. And even though I had my reservations about getting a boyfriend, I thought, why the heck not? The evil boss is gone, I have more free time to myself, and I could actually enjoy an actual relationship. 2 days later, I called him up and asked if he wanted to hang out. He said sure, and we both decided to meet up after work. By 7 o'clock, I left the office, and we met up in a little bar very close to his workplace. We talked and laughed, and it was great. Then we decided to meet up during the weekend for a proper date. That day, I was so nervous because I still wasn't 100% sure that I wanted to go through with the whole dating stuff. The last time I dated was in college, and that relationship ended with loud curse words and some broken china. Anyways, I shrugged off all the second thoughts in my mind and went to the restaurant. We had a really good dinner and we laughed a lot. I let down my guard with Darren because he seemed like a good guy. He was a good guy. Emphasis on was. We went on a few more dates before we finally decided to be in a relationship. The first few months were nice, I have to say. It was the best. We spent weekends together, even some weekdays after work. It felt good to have that person you could snuggle with and witch about your entire day to. And Darren, he would just listen. It was nice, but it is as they say, all good things must come to an end. Our end started the day I was given an assignment at work to oversee the marketing department of a new branch of the company I worked in. I was supposed to stay there for a month max till they could get a suitable person to take up the role. This was big for me because I wasn't the head of the marketing department for my normal branch. So when they decided to send me, I knew that they were considering me for a promotion. I was over the top excited because I'd kind of been expecting the promotion for a while now, and the only person I wanted to share this big news with was my boyfriend Darren. I texted him that I was coming over, and I drove to his place and gave him a big hug. Then I told him what happened, and boy, his reaction wasn't what I expected. He told me that he didn't want to stay away from me for a full month, and he didn't want me to go. At first, I thought he was being sweet in the I don't want you to leave kind of way, but he was actually serious. I don't want you to leave was him telling me to refuse the offer so I could stay back in town. I told him no, and I tried explaining to him that it was a big opportunity for me and how I'd wanted it for as long as I could remember. But unfortunately, all my explanations fell on deaf ears. We had a huge fight that night that led to me storming off from his house. we didn't talk to each other for the rest of the week, and I left town that weekend. I tried calling him a few times when my plane landed in the new city, but he wouldn't pick up. I shrugged and then went about my day. I felt like he would come around when he was ready, and he did eventually. He called me 2 days later and apologized. I promptly accepted his apology and things went back to normal. I came back to town for a few weeks later, and we were even tighter than before, or at least that's what I thought. A few months later, the head of marketing for the new company was fired, and they needed me to go back and help out for 2 weeks this time. I said okay and then talked to Darren about it. He looked at me with that expression while I explained everything, and he even nodded a few times with a smile on his face. At the end of the conversation, he said, "Sure, go, it's fine." I was so happy that he understood this time. Then I told him I was going to be back in a month, like the last time. I didn't have an ulterior motive or anything. I just wanted to surprise him when I got back. 2 weeks later, on a Friday night, I was at his doorstep, and to my surprise, there was another car in his driveway. I shrugged it off because I thought he was having a visitor or something. I used the spare key he gave me to open the door and let myself in. The first thing I noticed was that the living room was scattered. There was a bowl of uneaten popcorn on the chair and 2 bottles of empty Pepsi cans. This came off to me as weird because Darren wasn't a slob. He usually makes sure to keep his house clean no matter what. My eyes fell on one pair of stilettos by the side of the chair, and I knew what was going on. I walked down the hallway and towards his room, and I saw the other pair by his door. I pushed the door open and stepped into the room, and I saw him. Darren, totally unclothed with a red-haired girl. They were doing it. "You were supposed to be back in 2 weeks," was all Darren could say. I walked out of the room, wiping the tears from my eyes, and he ran after me as he struggled with his boxers. He tried to apologize, but I told him not to bother and that it was over. I drove home, had a few drinks, and then passed out on the bed. I threw myself into my work so I wouldn't have to think about the whole incident with Darren. He came over a few days later, and I told him that we couldn't be in a relationship anymore, but we could still be friends. He said that was cool with him, and we agreed to do that. Exactly 3 weeks later, the friend that invited me to the party called me and asked to meet. It was a weekend, so what the heck? I got dressed and drove to her place. We had a few drinks, and then she asked me squarely about what happened with Darren. By this time, I hadn't told anyone, so I just decided to let her in. I told her about our first fight and my work, and the second time I had to leave town, then the intended surprise and how I found Darren with the red-haired witch. I also told her about our new platonic friendship. My friend looked at me with wide eyes, and then after I finished, all she could say was, "Wow." She told me that Darren had been going around with a completely different story about how I was a big cheater, and he left me because he couldn't take it anymore. What the heck? I wanted to erupt. I wanted to march to his house and slam his head so hard against the wall till I saw brains, but I had to calm myself down. He had humiliated me in public, and most of his friends and mine now think I sleep around. I couldn't just go around telling everyone that he was a big fat liar. Even if I could, how many people would believe me? On the drive home, I started to brainstorm ways to get back at him. Not only did he hurt me by cheating on me, but he also did by telling lies against me, therefore ruining my reputation. I couldn't let him get away with it. As I drove home, I stopped at a gas station to get some juice for my car. Just then, an idea came to mind. I bought a few gallons of gas and put it in my trunk. I was going to burn his house down. Why? Well, because I knew he loved that house. It was his first design. On our first date, he wouldn't shut up about how much work he did to redesign the whole interior and how it looks way different than when he first got it. I had to wait for the perfect opportunity though. Weekend means he would come home on time and catch me in the act. I wouldn't want to go to jail for arson, so I waited till during the weekday. On Tuesday, I left work during lunch break. I waited till there were no people around before I took out the gallon of fuel and walked into the apartment. I poured gas everywhere, from the couch to the TV to the kitchen counter and his bedroom. Then I threw the matchstick on the bed and watched as it caught fire. I ran out of the house, got in my car, and drove back to work without looking back. At the end of the workday, I checked my phone. I had 17 texts from my friend and 3 from Darren. They were calling to tell me that Darren's house burnt to the ground. They didn't know how it happened, but the police suspected that it was arson. I was at work all day, so nobody could suspect me. Darren was distraught. He had to live somewhere else while still paying the mortgage on that apartment. He asked if he could stay with me until he got another place somewhere else, but I told him that it wasn't a good idea since we weren't dating anymore. I don't know where he went to stay eventually, and frankly speaking, I don't care. You mess with me, you're gonna get what's coming to you. If this went down, this is pretty darn insane. Not even necessarily just for what OP did specifically to their ex, but for the fact that they did it to an apartment. I'm sure OP must have factored it in, but if this thing wasn't contained, who knows how many people actually could be harmed by a burning apartment building. I mean, it's just crazy. I made my stepmom almost lose total custody of her child. The second saddest day of my life was when my dad married my stepmom. The first was when my mom died. I was devastated. My stepmom was a big bully when she was my teacher. Imagine having my bully move into the same house as me. My mom died when I was 8, and ever since it's been my dad and me. We cooked together, ate together, he dropped me at school and came back to pick me up. We had a close bond, but he soon started dating again, and I started dating too, so naturally we grew apart from each other. It wasn't that our relationship deteriorated, but we spent more time apart from each other and didn't go everywhere together as much as we used to. My dad's girlfriends were always great to me. They took me out to get haircuts and dressed me up. One of them went with me to a daughter-mother dance in school and taught me how to use a tampon. The one who taught me how to use it was my favorite, but sadly, she and my dad broke up because he wasn't ready to get married again. I was upset, but I soon got over it. I needed to mention that I had great relationships with my dad's exes, so everyone doesn't think I hated my stepmother for just no reason. My stepmother used to be my homeroom teacher. She was awful to me and treated me like crap. She watched all the boys bully me and make fun of my nose and did nothing. But if I dared talk back, she would say that I was being mean and threaten to punish me or take up my unruly behavior with the school authority. Sometimes she even laughed at the jokes other students made about me. I was very irritated by her and did my best to avoid her, but somehow she would try to get to me again. All her mean girl behavior stopped when my dad asked her out. She turned around so sharply, it was almost scary. I still don't understand how someone can go from making snide comments about my body, laughing at jokes I was the brunt of, to being so nice to me all of a sudden. My dad went on one date and called me that night to tell me he went out with my homeroom teacher. I didn't want to tell you when I was leaving because I didn't want you to get your hopes up, but now I'm certain that I want to be with her. We had an amazing time together. No, I screamed. Not her. Dad, you cannot date my homeroom teacher. I beg you. I begged frantically. He said, don't be dramatic. Look, I'll let you in on a secret. She won't be your homeroom teacher for much longer. She got a better job at a private high school. Thank God, I muttered. He said, you see? So it won't be me dating your homeroom teacher, just me dating another woman. I said, no, Dad, you still can't date her. He says, why not? I sighed and thought of why my dad thinks I must have a reason. Should it not be enough that I simply don't want him to date her? I had never had any issues with who he dated. Why wasn't he considering me? I said, well, she picks on me. She once gave me an unfair detention. He says, you called your classmate a pig. You fat-shamed the poor dude. I said, no, I called him a sexist pig. My dad shrugged and said, same thing. I said, you can't be with her, Dad. He said, I've made my choice. You don't get to decide who I date. I don't like that boy you're dating, but I let you date him anyway. I ran up to my room upset. My dad called after me, but I didn't answer him. I badly wished and hoped that their relationship would not make it past the second date, but it did. They kept going out, and my dad introduced her to his mom and stepdad. Before she left school, she was extra nice to me. I always sneered at her and blatantly refused all of her fake show of concern because I didn't believe it was genuine. Once, my dad wanted me to join him in having dinner with her and her family, but I refused. She managed to convince everybody that she was trying to be gracious towards me, and I was the crazy stepdaughter who didn't want my dad to date anyone. It was frustrating trying to show my dad and grandmother that she was a horrible person. My dad soon proposed to her, and I swore to never attend their wedding. My dad was pissed and mad at me for that. All your life I've supported you in doing whatever it is that you want to do. I've paid for every single interest, given you the freedom to make your own decisions, and this is how you repay me? My dad said one day with so much hurt in his eyes. I'm disappointed in you, he said again, and walked out. I felt bad. Maybe I was overreacting. I thought maybe my stepmom was a good person. Maybe I only had to give her a chance and see that she was a kind person. As the wedding drew closer, I apologized to my dad and stepmom and promised to behave myself from then on. I attended their wedding and looked forward to us being friends when she moved in. She actually told me that she would like for us to be friends. I soon found out that I was right about my stepmother all along. She was a crappy woman, terribly insecure and competitive. She treated me as though we were competitors competing for my dad's love and affection, his attention too. If I were in the living room, talking to my dad and just telling him how my day went or trying to get relationship advice from him, she would waltz in and try to talk about herself. At first, I thought it wasn't deliberate. She probably didn't know she was being rude whenever she did that, but I soon started to doubt that it was deliberate when I saw the look of satisfaction in her eyes whenever she succeeded in taking my dad's attention. Sometimes my dad would say, "Wait, my daughter's trying to tell me something," and then she would pout and put up an attitude for the rest of that day. It was so childish and irritating. Some other times, I chose to be the bigger person and would simply leave whenever she tries to interrupt my dad and me. She would also never let my dad breathe. She saw every woman around him as a threat, and she would yell at him for reasons that didn't even make sense. Not long after, my grandma caught wind of her attitude and warned her about how she always interjected in conversations and tried to make everything about her. She made a scene that day. My grandma was so upset that she picked up her purse and left, ignoring my dad's pleas for her to stay. My dad and his wife had been trying to have a baby, but I think they found out that my stepmom couldn't carry a baby. They didn't tell me this, but I knew from listening to my stepmom's endless outbursts and how she often declared that my dad would leave her because she couldn't give him children. Eventually, they settled for adoption and began the process. It was strenuous for both of them, but my stepmom made it worse. They would come home and she would yell at my dad and complain that he wasn't taking the process seriously because he has me in his life. I tried as much as I could to stay out of their issues, but sometimes I'd have to tell them to keep it down because I wanted some quiet or I wanted to study. This never went well with my stepmom. She would yell at me too, and my dad would yell at her back. We had a madhouse that period. Soon after they adopted my little sister, my dad suddenly was transferred by his office to another state. But my stepmom couldn't move with him because of me, their new baby, and her job. My dad came home on weekends, but on weekdays, it was just my stepmom, sister, and I. When my dad left, my stepmom reverted to the mean teacher I had. She sneered at me, called me silly very often, and had a very serious problem with me having my friends over. Once, she said my friends were noisy. All teenagers are noisy, I pointed out to her. She should have known what she signed up for when she agreed to marry my dad. After that day, when the doorbell rang, she would answer the door and tell my friends I wasn't home and wouldn't allow them to come in to wait for me. She did that 3 different times. My friends would tell me they came over and my stepmom said I wasn't home. Meanwhile, I was in my room watching TV, reading, or just doing whatever. I was too scared to confront her about it because I knew how she behaved whenever she was mad. She could lie to my dad that I did something terrible and then get him to withdraw my privileges. I told my friends to not bother coming over to my house, and I went to visit them instead. "One would think your stepmom would chill out since she has a child now," one of my friends said. I tolerated my stepmother for so long, but I could only take so much. The last straw that broke the camel's back was when she hit me. I was in the kitchen that day blending fruits for a smoothie when she came in holding her head in her hands. "Keep it down," she shouted. "I can't keep it down, it's a blender." "Then turn it off, gosh." I was annoyed. She made a lot of noise all the time, yelling at the nanny, yelling at the dog, yelling at her toddler, husband, and me. I don't complain about how much noise she makes, but she wouldn't let me blend fruits in peace. "I'm sorry, I can't turn it off," I replied to her. She walked up to where I was blending my fruits and disconnected the blender from the socket. I watched her and utter surprise that she would do that. She yells at me a lot, but she had never even come into my space before then. "Now you're being a witch," I screamed, and she slapped me. I held my cheek in shock and tried to walk away, but she held me by my shirt and apologized. I snatched my shirt from her and walked away. I considered calling my dad immediately, but I knew he wouldn't handle it. He can't handle it the way I want it anyway, so I called my friend instead. She was the most mischievous person ever, and I needed ideas on how to get back at my stepmom. She had to pay. "Oh my goodness, call the police," my friend said as soon as I told her what had happened. I said I can't. They say, "Why not?" I say she's good at lying. She could tell them I was rude to her or lie about something else. They said, "So what if you were rude to her? That doesn't justify hitting you. She's not even your mother." I sighed and burst into tears. I was hurt by what my stepmom had done. They said, "I think you should talk to your dad about this. I really do." I thanked my friend and ended the call. An idea soon came to my mind. I was going to call the social welfare department and report what had happened to them. Another friend's mom was a social worker, so I asked her for the number to call. I called and told them that I wasn't sure my sister was safe with her stepmom. I told them she was violent and had just hit me. I also mentioned how she gets drunk and violent. I lied about that. She didn't get violent whenever she got drunk, but she did drink a lot of alcohol. She was probably having a hangover when she came to me with her head in her hands, ordering me to turn off the blender. I also told them that she yelled a lot. I knew that would be corroborated by our neighbors, who most likely would have heard her yell many times in the past. When Child Protective Services came to our house, my dad was home. He was shocked that she hit me and kept asking why I didn't tell him. Of course, I couldn't tell him. He was cruel to have left me with her in the first place. The only reason he accepted the transfer was to stay away from her, but he expected me to live with her. My stepmom knew I reported her, so she held me by the shoulders and shook me violently. It took my dad and the policeman they came with to release me from her grip. "You know what I went through to have my child," she kept repeating in tears. She should have thought about that before putting her filthy hands on me. I didn't care about her tears and drama. Now that her daughter was going to be taken away, she can have a little time to herself to reflect on what a terribly abusive person she was. That day, my sister was taken from her. My stepmom wailed that night. 2 of her friends came to console her. My dad was too mad at her, so he was in his room. She eventually got her daughter back, but that was months later, and after she was able to convince the authorities that she was capable of caring for the child and was staying away from alcohol. My stepmom, who used to be so loud, suddenly became very calm. She tiptoed around the house and minded her business ever since. My dad soon met someone in the state where he worked, and they asked for a divorce. She refused, but they were separated for a while, and she moved out. They got back together, but that was years later. I'd left the house when that happened. To this day, my stepmother and I don't have a good relationship. But of course, I'm not bothered about that, not in the least. Anyway, that was how I got my stepmother to be away from her precious child for months. I don't regret lying against her. If you think about it, it wasn't really a lie anyway. She deserved everything that happened to her. Brother told my parents about my adult magazines, so I filmed him getting busy with his girlfriend. The concept of sibling rivalry is one of the most underestimated topics in society nowadays. Parents look at petty squabbles among siblings and, instead of doing something about it, they wave it off, thinking that the kids would grow out of it on their own. This is often not true, because life is a competition. Every human is born competitive. And whenever they feel like they would get a bigger reward than the others for doing something or not doing something, that's what they do, without thought for other people. The most popular reward among siblings is the parents' approval. Whenever I think about it now, I find it funny because the competition between me and my elder brother Danny for our parents' approval almost tore us apart. We were at each other's throats for pretty much all the time, and we even almost got physical. Let me tell you how it all happened. I was born in a very religious home. My dad was a leader in the church, and ours was one of the most respected families in town. We were actually the archetype of what a holy family should be like, and people actually looked up to us. This made my father train us in the way of religion. Every day before anything else, we would pray, and then recite a verse from the Bible we'd been told to read the day before. we were also expected to be in church during all the midweek services, even if we have a heap of homework we had to do. Like I said before, we were very religious. My older brother Danny had no problem with conforming to Dad's rules and lifestyle. He reads the Bibles for hours on end every weekend, and he makes sure to always volunteer for any church-related activities. Me, on the other hand, religion? It wasn't my thing. There are so many unanswered questions and so many confusing messages in the Bible. Like, bruh, why can't it just be straightforward? Apart from the confusion, I also thought it to be too stressful and stifling. I mean, I should have a life outside of my family and church, for crying out loud. But this was impossible because I spent most of my waking hours in church or doing some church-related activity. Anytime I tried to pull back a little by missing a service, I get grounded. I must admit, at one point, I got a bit jealous of my brother Danny. I wondered how he was able to just be good, something I've always struggled with. I didn't ask him any questions. I decided to just watch him for a bit, just to see how he does it, and to my surprise, I found out that he was also like me. He didn't fancy religion, and he was just faking it to gain more attention from our parents. I knew this because, one, I noticed that he only reads the Bible on weekends. Weekends, the only time my dad was actually at home. And when my dad wasn't watching or left the living room, he would drop the Bible or notebook and do something else. I watched him for a few more days, till I was sure that this was what was actually happening. When I was sure, I started to do the same thing. I'd go to church during the midweek service with my phone and AirPods, and I'll sit in the last row where no one can see me, and I'll just text and play games. During the weekends, I'd sit in the living room with my Bible and pretend to read. When my dad would walk by, he would smile and nod approval at me. It was really nice, and things started to change in the house. The only one that had a problem with my newfound holiness was my brother Danny. You see, Danny had always gotten all the attention and approval from our parents, and now that I was getting some too, it felt like I was shifting in on his turf. It wasn't comfortable for him. Like every other child, he didn't want to share the attention he was getting from our parents. He wanted to remain the golden son, so he decided to take drastic action to secure his position. Hence the beginning of our sibling rivalry. Danny started to look for ways to ridicule me in front of our parents. One time during our Sunday lunch, he started to talk about the sermon we listened to in church and how powerful it was. My dad promptly engaged in the conversation, rambling on and on about the subject. Then, Danny turned to me and asked me a question about the sermon. It was a simple question, and I would have known how to answer it if I'd actually paid attention in church. That Sunday, I'd promised my friends in school that I'd be online to play Call of Duty Mobile with them. So, I sat in the back row as I did during the midweek services. I made sure to check that my mom and dad were in the front seats, listening to the sermon with rapt attention before I started to play. Little did I know that Danny saw me in the back row, not listening to the preacher. The table went silent as I looked from my mom to my dad to Danny. I cleared my throat and shifted uncomfortably in my seat till my father spoke up. He asked me the same question again, and when I couldn't answer, he went on a long rant about how I constantly disappoint him and how I need to sit up and become responsible like my brother Danny. I turned to Danny with a deep scowl and I thought in my mind, game on. The next few weeks, I started to work up to my dad's approval again. I read the Bible for real and asked questions. My dad could spend hours answering one question, but it was worth it. I wouldn't let Danny win. After some time, I got back into my dad's good graces, and I started to look for ways to bring Danny down. I didn't want to tell Dad about the fake Bible reading Danny does in the living room during the weekends, because that would also affect me. I got nothing. It was as though my brother Danny knew I was onto him, and he'd cleaned up his act. He was so prim and proper at home, and even I started to believe that he was kind of a saint. I decided to broaden my horizon. I told my friends in school about my problem and how I needed to get dirt on him. I couldn't watch him in school myself, so I wouldn't tip him off. My friends got to work immediately, and after a few weeks of incessant digging, they still found nothing. I was really desperate when they said this, and I decided that if there wasn't dirt on him, we'll have to make some dirt. Yeah, I might have gone too far with this one, but what can I say? I was a desperate idiot. My friends thought that I had gone mad when I told them my plan. I don't blame them though, it was a really crazy plan. I wanted one of them to pick a fight with him in the hallway when there was a teacher nearby. Danny was tall and huge, and we knew that none of us would stand a chance if we went toe-to-toe to him. We used rock, paper, scissors to decide who was gonna go. Eventually, one of my friends, Billy, was the unlucky one. He gulped and ran to Danny in the hallway. He made a show of pretending that Danny hit him. Then he started to shove Danny, provoking him more and more. When Danny couldn't take it anymore, he took a swing at the boy. Unfortunately for Danny, a teacher was behind him when he threw the punch. He wasn't allowed to explain himself. He was put in detention till the principal could get our parents on the phone. When they did, both our mom and dad came to get him. Danny was suspended for 2 weeks because it wasn't a regular fight. The kid he punched was a younger student than himself, so it was even deemed a more intense form of bullying. Along with the punishment from school, Danny was also grounded for the 2 weeks that he'll be at home. It was terrible, and I kind of felt sorry for him. When we got home, he walked up to me and whispered into my ear, "I know you did this. I don't know how, but I know you're responsible for this. Watch your back, because I'm coming for you." I was kind of scared, but I made sure to be careful under the scrutinizing gaze of Danny. There was no way he could get to me, or so I thought. 2 weeks later, he went back to school, and everything went back to normal once again. He started to suck up to Dad to gain his attention once again. He worked even harder than I did, and when he was back in Dad's good graces, I expected that he would set his sights back on me to pull me down once again. But for the first few weeks, nothing like that happened. Danny went about his business like nothing had happened between us, and it took a while, but I finally let down my guard. I thought he was trying to call a truce, so I just went with it. Until one day, Danny said he wasn't feeling very well. He asked my parents if he could stay at home, and they said sure. They didn't try to take him to the hospital because Danny usually gets panic attacks whenever they visit the hospital. I didn't suspect anything because Danny was a good actor. He really knew how to pretend to be sick, and I fell for it. I went to school, had lunch, hung out with my friends, then went straight to church after school. Danny didn't show up to church either. Now that struck me as odd. I couldn't remember the last time that Danny missed a service in the church, and I even started to fear for his health, because that meant he was really ill, right? Wrong. I rushed home after the service to see if he was okay, and to my surprise, he was. I got home, I saw him watching a movie, popcorn in hand. He was also very happy, like oddly bright and happy. I shrugged it off at first. Maybe the sickness wasn't that serious. Then I hurried upstairs to my bedroom. The first thing that caught my attention was the sellotape I stuck at the front of the door. I use this method to ensure that no one entered my room when I'm not around, but today, the sellotape is loose, which means somebody got in. There was only one person at home, and my first instinct was to march downstairs and confront him, but then I thought about it. Why would he sneak into my room if he wasn't looking for something? My eyes widened in shock as realization hit. I stumbled into my room to check if everything was intact. Most importantly, my collection of adult magazines, which I hid under the loose floorboard by the side of my dresser. You see, as I said before, my family was insanely religious, and because of this, there are certain things that were deemed illegal for us kids to be in possession of. One such thing is a bunch of hustler magazines. But as I've also said before, I wasn't really into religion. I got introduced to the world of adult magazines in school, and I started to buy some of my own. There wasn't anywhere to keep it at first, so I pried open one of the floorboards in my room, then dug a hole under it. I chose a strategic area, which was beside the dresser by my bedside. No one would notice it was loose, except if they actually bent down and were looking for loose floorboards. But here I stood now, in my room, prying open the floorboard, and it was empty. I wanted to scream as the fear overtook me. I felt a chill run through my spine as I continued to look at the empty hole. When I got myself, I hurried down the stairs into the living room and begged Danny not to tell my parents about the magazine. He seemed surprised that I actually figured it out so quickly, but he promptly denied having anything to do with the magazines. He was lying, and I knew it. I told him I'd do anything he wanted, but still he was adamant. Well, at the dinner table, Dad said the prayers and they all dug into their dinner. I couldn't eat because I knew what to expect, and I was right. Halfway into dinner, Danny brought the magazines from under the table and showed my parents. Dad was mortified. Mom was speechless. I was grounded for 2 months, and they seized my phone and laptop indefinitely. My dad scolded me thoroughly all through dinner and then praised Danny for bringing the magazine to their notice. I was so mad at Danny that I wanted to strangle him in his sleep, but I had to bide my time. I knew that Danny was also faking his saintly personality, and that means he'll have secrets also. I told my friends about the incident. They laughed at me, but they eventually decided to help. After another few weeks of digging, they found nothing. One day, we decided to hang out in the cafeteria, dwelling on our failure. Then out of the blue, Billy said something like, "I just wish we could get his girlfriend on our side. She'd know something we don't." Wait, what? I turned to face Billy with wide eyes. I didn't know that Danny had a girlfriend. It was forbidden in our household because relationships like that led to premarital, Wait, if Danny has a secret girlfriend, that could mean they could have been doing it. I told my friends about this and we made a new plan. Billy and the other guys followed the girlfriend, and they found out that Danny usually met up with his girlfriend during the weekend in her house, when he was supposed to be studying with friends. They reported back to me, and the next week, they went back to take a video. The girl's parents are usually not around, so they could enter the house without much resistance. Her bedroom door was unlocked, probably because she wasn't expecting anyone to be around. They cracked the door open and took a short video of Danny and his girlfriend in the act and gave it to me in school via flash drive a few days later. That same day, at dinner, I asked my mom to lend me her laptop since mine was still seized. I told her that I had something important to show her. When she saw the video, she almost choked on her food. My father was even more shocked than when he saw my magazines because they knew I had a problem with religion since the beginning. But they were so sure that Danny was the good son. They were so surprised that they forgot to ask how I got the video. Danny stuttered and hyperventilated as he saw himself on the screen with his girlfriend. When he realized there was nothing he could say to explain the video, he went silent. He got grounded for the rest of the year, and he had to break up with his girlfriend. After that day, it was as though he couldn't do anything right in my dad's eyes anymore. It was fun to watch. I wouldn't have minded sharing the spotlight at home, but he was too selfish, and he brought it upon himself. Isn't it just sad that both of these kids have to go to such antics to fake enthusiasm in religion so that they pass as being acceptable golden children in their dad's eyes? You would just think, ideally, they wouldn't have to put on any theatrics or be at each other's throats just because they want to be themselves and believe in what they want to believe. Stepbrother humiliates me in school, so I made him fail his final exams. What is family? Well, for a while, I thought the family was everything. They're the ones you turn to when everyone else turns their back on you. When the world says no, they're the ones that open their arms to you with a big yes. When you're at your lowest lows, they're the ones that bring you back up. Aw, that sounds good, and I know lots of us want that, but the reality is far from this, especially when you have step-family. My stepbrother completely humiliated me in school by telling everyone my deepest, darkest secret. A secret he swore to take to his grave. But not to worry, I dealt with him in a way that he'll never forget. But first, details. My mom and dad had a bad divorce a few years ago. They've been having issues back to back for a long time, always having to go for marriage counseling and stuff. I wasn't really surprised that they eventually ended it. What surprised me was the circumstances leading to the end. My dad caught her banging another dude in our house. I had gone to school then, so I didn't get the full details. But I know that the day before, my dad had publicly announced at the dinner table that he was going to travel for a business trip the next day. He even had my mom drive him to the airport. But once my mom left, he turned around and went to a motel, then snuck back home. Turns out he had already known the fact that mom was cheating on him, and he wanted to catch them in the act. The dude mom was banging was some chiropractor or something. That's funny because I never thought mom was into chiropractics. Anyways, they had a huge fight that day and mom left the house. Dad sent her divorce papers the next day. The whole divorce procedure was finalized in 2 months. Mom tried to gain custody of me, and that part of the divorce was messy, but when it fell to me to decide who I wanted to stay with, I chose my dad. I was angry at the time because of the whole "Mom's a cheater" tune I still had ringing in my head at the time. But the truth was that I didn't know the whole story because Dad was careful about his escapades. But Mom found out, and that's why she tried to retaliate, I guess. Anyways, I should have chosen to live with my mom. A few weeks after the divorce, a strange woman started to visit the house more and more. I knew her as the real estate agent that sold the house to Mom and Dad. And when she started to come around often, I was under the impression that Dad wanted to sell the house. That made sense. You didn't want to keep the house that had memories of Mom's cheating, right? Wrong. A few weeks later, she started to sleep over, and that was when I knew that she hadn't come to sell the house. Dad just had a divorce with his wife less than 2 months ago, and another woman is already sleeping over. It looks like Dad wasn't completely innocent after all. Anyways, a few days later at the breakfast table, Dad made some really bad pancakes, then announced to me that he was gonna marry the real estate agent and she was gonna be my stepmom. I was mad at him because it became evident that he had been seeing the real estate agent even while he was married to Mom, and that the whole divorce was his fault. I didn't really have much of a say in the matter, so I just went with it. One day, a few weeks into their marriage, the real estate agent came to visit, but she didn't come alone. She came with her son, CJ. CJ was a junior in my high school where I was a freshman. He had a big build and was a wide receiver for the school football team. The girls loved him because he was really handsome. Brown hair, hazel eyes, a chiseled jaw, and perfect teeth, the works. I would have liked him too if he wasn't such a jerk to me in school. I was a typical science nerd and an ideal victim for all this bullying. He steals my lunch money and gives me wedgies anytime he could. It was horrible. And now he was being introduced to me as my future older stepbrother. I erupted. I yelled and begged my dad to not go through with the wedding. I told him all the horrors I've had to endure in school with CJ, and how I can't have those horrors follow me into my home, my safe zone. I even threatened to go and live with Mom if he was going to go through with the wedding. Then a few days later, CJ and his mom came back again. He apologized profusely for all the terrible things that he had done to me in school. He even told me things I wanted to hear about how much of a jerk he was, and that he was only bullying me because he felt insecure about a lot of things. I forgave him instantly because I was a stupid kid who gets played easily. Well, CJ stopped the bullying at the time. We walked to school together, talked about girls, and he even introduced me to some of his friends on the football team. I was in too deep that I couldn't see the ruse. After the wedding, CJ returned to his normal self, with the bullying and everything else. I tried to tell my dad and my new stepmom about it, but they didn't do anything to help me. Nothing changed. It got even worse because he bullied me at school and at home. By the time I got to sophomore year, and he was in senior year, I was happy because in 1 year he'll be done with high school and off to college, so I could enjoy the rest of my school years in peace. Throughout all the bullying, there was nothing much I could do but rant about it in my journal. And no, it's not a diary, it's a journal. I write things I don't want to forget, or don't want to tell anyone in it. One day, CJ decided to kick his bullying up a notch. He came into my room and asked to borrow $20. When I told him I didn't have it, he went back to his room. I went downstairs to get some snacks a few minutes later, and he went into my room again, probably to steal my money or something. During his search, he found my journal in my closet. When I came back to my room, I couldn't find the journal, and I immediately knew what had happened. I hurried to his room and begged him to give me back my journal. He said he'd return it if I'd give him $50. I had only $57.72 to my name at the time, but I gave him the $50. He returned my journal to me, and I thought that was the end of it. Unknown to me, CJ had already taken photos of the notes in my journal. The next day, he decided to read it to the whole school during lunch break. I felt horrified when I saw him climb the table and announce that he had something juicy he'd like the school to listen to. He pulled out his phone from his jacket and read out some of the most embarrassing secrets, leaving out all the parts where I wrote about the bullying. The whole school laughed and I was so embarrassed. I told my dad about it one more time, but once again, he didn't lift a finger. During fall break, I decided to leave town to go to my mom's. I needed some time away from home to reflect and just, build back some normalcy in my life. My mom was staying with a boyfriend named Mark. He was a professor at the local university. He was also a science nerd, and we hit it off immediately. We did some experiments together, and he even let me work on his Ford Raptor F-150. It was fun, and I instantly started to regret not choosing to live with my mom. Mark had a son who was a year older than me. His name is McKay. We stayed up one night talking about family and school and stuff. I told him about CJ and how he bullies me. McKay told me to hit him up if CJ gave me any more trouble. I simply nodded. I had to go back home a few days later for school, and all the hells that came with it. The problems with CJ only got worse. It was as though he was looking out for new ways to embarrass me. He started sneaking into my room more often, going through my stuff, looking for something. It was crazy. I wasn't at ease in my own house. I couldn't do things I wanted to do in private because I was always scared that CJ might be out there watching. One night, when I couldn't hold it anymore, I said goodbye to my dad and stepmom after dinner and went upstairs to sleep. I made sure to walk past CJ's room to make sure he was asleep. I pressed my ear to his door, and when I couldn't hear anything, I decided that he'd gone to bed. I hurried into my room to get my lotion, then I walked to my bathroom to, do me. And the worst thing happened. I forgot to lock my bathroom door. I was deep into, when I heard someone snickering behind me. I turned around sharply and saw CJ standing behind me with his phone, recording me in the act. I was completely mortified. I went on my knees and begged him to delete the video. He said okay, but I'd have to pay him first. I did. I gave him all the money I was saving for a new gaming setup, which was $122 at the time. He deleted the video in my presence, and for a while I thought I was safe. Until a few days later, all the students received a broadcast message during lunch. I checked my phone, and there I was, in my bathroom with my pants down, the rest. I almost choked on my cheeseburger as I watched myself going at it. A burst of loud laughter erupted in the cafeteria as the students pointed at me as they watched the video. I took one look at the sender, and it was CJ. I couldn't hold back the tears that fell from my eyes. I ran out of the cafeteria, into the hallway, then grabbed my bag from my locker and went home. I didn't bother to tell my dad because it was way too embarrassing to talk about, and I knew that he wasn't going to do anything about it. I kept it to myself, and I didn't go to school for a few days. I claimed that I had the flu. When my dad tried to make me go to school, I took a bus and went back to my mom's. I told McKay what happened, and he told me not to lay low anymore. CJ wasn't gonna stop if I didn't do anything. He said it was time for me to go on the offense, and he was going to help me. I went home a few days later and I behaved like I was okay. CJ came to my room that night and apologized for humiliating me in school. He told me it won't happen again. I told him it was fine and that I'd forgiven him, but in truth, I was biding my time. I started to hang out more with him to get a feel of what he was passionate about. One night, we hung out on the porch and he talked about college and how excited he was to go. He had just been scouted by one of the schools on his wish list. All he had to do was keep his grades up so he could go. I smiled to myself. I knew how to get my revenge. I texted McKay later that night and I told him how I'd like to get my revenge. I'm gonna make CJ fail his exams. That weekend, I went to Mark's to talk to McKay. We brainstormed ideas on how to sabotage his exams. At first, we wanted to hack into the school system to change his grades after the exams, but that was too risky. The school board might find out and I could get suspended or worse. We decided to make it look like he was cheating instead. Firstly, I had to get his examination schedule, then I had to buy a new smartphone. Then, the day before his chemistry exams, I compiled a list of answers I got from a 12th grade textbook, and I wrote them in 2 papers. I also compiled some answers to the math exam he had done the day before. Then, I snuck back to school that evening and used a piece of chewing gum to stick the sheets under his desk. I used some glue to stick the smartphone under his desk, and then I left. The next day, during his exams, I left my class to pee, and I walked past his examination hall. The students were all busy with their examinations, and I saw him at the far end of the room scribbling furiously on his answer sheet. I reached for my phone from my pocket, then dialed the number of the phone under his desk. All eyes turned to CJ as the phone began ringing under his desk. The invigilator walked over to him and removed the phone from under his desk. She also retrieved the papers, which looked like answers to the exam questions. CJ strongly denied having anything to do with the phone or the papers, but since he couldn't prove it, the invigilator walked him out of the exam hall. I had to rush into the restroom so they wouldn't see me as they walked into the hallway. The next day, my dad and his mom were called, and CJ was suspended. He had to redo his final year, and his scholarship was revoked. I had never seen CJ cry until that day. Funny how I didn't feel any guilt. He had it coming. Anyway, after the end of that school year, I decided to go and live with my mom and her new family, and I have to say, life has been good. I gave my best friend the most hideous haircut ever. My friends and I had been best friends for a long time. I met the first in school and the second was my neighbor. We've been very close ever since. We did everything together and told each other everything. My second best friend was particularly closer to me because she was closer in proximity. She lives in the house next to ours and her family's friends with my family. That was because her father and my dad taught in the same university. My other friend lived closer to school, so we would go to her house after school every other day for snacks and drinks, and then go to my second best friend's house. She didn't live close to us, but she practically lived in my second best friend's house. It was more convenient since my second best friend is an only child, and they had enough room in their home. I, on the other hand, had 3 brothers and the house was always full. Naturally, we hung out at my second best friend's house all the time. But sometimes we hung out at mine. Occasionally we hung out at my first best friend's house, but that was usually when we had a special party in school or a school project to work on. I was 13 when I started hairstyling. My grandmother was a hairstylist, so she taught me how to style and cut hair too. Growing up, we had a little salon at my first best friend's house. Girls from school would make their parents bring them to the house, so I would style their hair, and I always did a good job. My friends and I were always rocking great hairstyles anyway, so many girls wanted to look as good as we did. We had to shut down our little hair salon because my mom was upset about how I already had a job at 14. My dad also worried that my grades would go low, so that's why my best friends and I packed up our 1-month-old salon. I never stopped styling hair though. I cut my mom's hair and that of my 2 brothers. My older brother never let me cut his hair, even though he's seen that I did a good job with my brother's hair. I guess he didn't want me to be as mean to him as he was to me all my life. My brother, like most brothers, was annoying. He teased me to no end and would frequently rat me out to my mom. I did not like him growing up, and I made sure my friends didn't like him too. We wouldn't speak to him whenever he tried to talk to us or get involved in our conversations. It wasn't that I hated my brother or that he was a jerk. We had good times and he was a very supportive guy, but he would do the most annoying thing right after helping with my assignments or helping me take my medicine. I had no idea my best friend and my brother were dating. I never even suspected that they could be together. Not even once. She, like me, always thought he was gross and geeky. We even made fun of his beard together. If anyone had asked me which of my best friends I thought my brother would date, I would have said it was most likely to have been my first best friend. My first best friend would let my brother bore us with his botany talk and boring science theories. She once said that he was even kind of cool. When she said that, my second best friend and I rolled our eyes at her. Yeah, he's so cool. He wants to talk about trees and flowers, I'd said sarcastically. And where plants get their air from and what a banana tree looks like, my second best friend added. She also once said he was cute. It was when my brother's article about plants was featured in the school's magazine and his picture was on it. Wow, your brother's cute, she said. As usual, we rolled our eyes at her. See, I'd even thought at the time that my first best friend probably liked him. But she started dating a popular guy in school, so I knew there was no way she was interested in dating my nerdy brother. Shortly after my second best friend and her boyfriend broke up, she started acting weird and different. I figured it was because she wasn't over her breakup. She and her ex-boyfriend had been together for a short while, but she'd liked him for a longer time. and she didn't get to enjoy their relationship because his family had to move to another state just after they had started dating. They broke up not long after we moved because they couldn't sustain a long-distance relationship. I noticed how she would spend time all by herself, and whenever I asked her where she was, she would say she's reading a book or some other strange excuse. Get this, my second best friend never just read books. My first best friend was more of the reader. My suspicion that something was going on grew when one day I was standing in the garden in front of my house and I saw my best friend all dressed up. I walked over to compliment her dress and ask where she was going. "Oh, I'm hanging out with some friends," she said. "What friends?" I asked. I didn't know any other friends she had. She didn't even make friends easily. She was close to her mom and us, and that was it. "Oh, they don't go to our school. You don't know them." I did not believe her, but I didn't ask any further questions. When I got back in, I asked my other first best friend if our friend had told her about going out with any friends, and she said not. Maybe she was going out with her cousins, she offered, and changed the topic. I'm sure she didn't understand why I was so puzzled and didn't think it was a serious issue. I suspected something some other time when my second best friend was in my room, trying out new pieces of jewelry with me. We were talking about seeing a movie and I suggested a recent movie. They say, "No, I saw it some days ago. Let's watch something none of us have seen before." I say, "You went to the movies some days ago?" And they say, "Yes." I say, "Really? With whom?" They said, "No one. I went alone." I say, "You went alone?" They say, "Sometimes people like to go out and be by themselves. Is that such a bad thing?" I say, "No, but it's so unlike you." I turned to my first best friend. "Isn't that different?" They said, "Yeah, kinda. This breakup is changing things for you," she said, and pulled my second best friend's cheeks. I was not convinced that my friend went alone, but I had to shut up about it, lest they start to wonder if I'm crazy. Her weird disappearance continued. Even at a carnival, her parents were looking around for her, and she would appear and reappear again. It was weird. I asked my first best friend if she did not think it was strange that our friend was missing in action. They said, "I honestly haven't noticed. I think you noticed more because you live close to each other." I said, "I guess." They said, "Don't worry, she's fine. I don't think she's that shaken up by the breakup. She looks more beautiful and happier as of late." I shook my head and said, "No, it's not that I don't think she's fine. Do you think she maybe has a secret boyfriend that we don't know about?" They said, "Of course not. Why would she hide her boyfriend? It's not like she would date some creep that she'd need to hide from us." I agreed and we enjoyed the rest of the carnival. My mom soon started asking my brother about his new girlfriend. He had asked for some money from the money he was saving with her to take his girlfriend out. "We want to meet her," my mom said. I rolled my eyes and my dad tapped me to stop. "When are we all going to just admit to ourselves that he does not have a girlfriend?" "I do have a girlfriend," he said. "He does have a girlfriend," my mom affirmed. I said, "Yeah, in his head." My younger brother laughed and said, "I think he has a girlfriend." "I think I have a pony in the backyard and a boat," I replied. My brothers laughed. "Don't make fun of my baby," my mom chided us and we stopped. I could have wondered if my brother and my second best friend were together. Maybe he was her secret boyfriend and my brother's girlfriend wasn't imaginary, but that didn't even occur to me at all. I just could not picture them together. I didn't find out they were together until one day when I was leaving for the dog shelter where I was volunteering. I saw my brother's car parked just in front of my best friend's house. They couldn't see me because I was standing in the garden and the bushes covered me. My second best friend was sitting in the passenger seat and my brother in the driver's seat, and they were kissing. They were so engrossed in it, I had to look away. Soon after, they stopped, and my best friend came down from his car and walked briskly into her house. My brother drove forward. He was supposed to be at the library writing a new article. I was so shocked by what I had seen that I was very disconnected from the animal shelter. I kept wondering why they would hide it from me. Also, some years back, her cousin came over to her house and stayed with them for a full year. I had a huge crush on the guy and asked if I could ask him out, but she said no. That would be weird dating my cousin. Plus, he would be gone soon anyway. I agreed and never contested that. But she was dating my brother. What a hypocrite. I asked my mom about my brother's girlfriend when I got home. "I guess he's been seeing her for some months now. Your brother is smitten by her, but he wants to introduce her to us when the time is right." I said, "Are you not bothered that you don't know who your son is dating?" She said not really. He'd be asking her to prom anyway, so I guess we'll all meet her then. I was offended that my brother and best friend had kept their relationship away from me, but was even madder at my friend because she had stopped me from dating her cousin. My brother was still away, so I snuck into his room and checked his computer to see if I could get more details. I saw that they'd been texting each other. In their texts, she told him she wanted to tell me they were dating, but he asked that she wait. You said you wanted prom to be perfect for you, he said. Why not wait until after prom to tell her? She would figure something is going on if I go to prom as your date. We would find a way to go together. You don't have to be my girlfriend to go to prom with me as my date, was his response. I felt uncomfortable reading their chats, so I shut his computer and left for my room. It was prom season and some of the seniors in school were already asking me to help do their hair. When I told my best friends about it, they pouted. You can style all the girls in school, but we're a priority, my second best friend said. Of course, you need a haircut anyway, I said. She said yes and ran her hand through her hair. I'm getting a haircut too, my first best friend exclaimed. I laughed. Everybody gets a haircut. I cut my first best friend's hair first, and it came out nice. Everyone complimented her hair. My second best friend wanted a haircut too, and she wanted something similar to what I had done for our friend. She had a picture of the hair she wanted, and she brought it along with her when she came over to get her hair cut. I knew she would see what I was doing if we sat close to the mirror, so I made sure she sat on my bed while I cut her hair. When I kept cutting her hair, she asked if that was not enough, but I kept telling her no, I had it all under control, I assured her. She couldn't touch me because she knew how that upset me. I hated it when I was cutting or styling someone's hair, and they interrupted me by repeatedly touching their hair. When I was done, she walked to my mirror and screamed. I was scared she would attack me. She was a bit smaller than I was, but I'd seen her fight many times. She was a feisty fighter. I ran downstairs to my brother's. She chased me screaming. When she got to the living room, she burst into tears. My brothers paused the video game they were playing and stared at her in horror. What the freak did you do? My older brother said lividly. I know you two have been dating secretly, I said triumphantly, still breathing hard from all the running I had done. So you give her a terrible haircut? Are you crazy? My brother was livid. So was my entire family and my best friend's family. Our other best friend was mad at me too. For 2 weeks, they all avoided me. Nobody understood why I was mad. They just chalked it up to being mad that my best friend was dating my brother, but it was beyond that. She had prevented me from going out with her cousin and kept talking about how it would be awkward and all that, only for her to go on and date my brother. I didn't care that everyone was mad at me. I had done what I'd wanted, so I was not bothered. Her mother took her to a salon and the hairdresser managed to make what's left of her hair a pixie haircut. We never moved on from that. My friend and brother kept dating, but she avoided me for a very long time. Even when she started speaking to me, she didn't want to be friends. Was it really worth it? I don't know. I don't blame them for being upset, especially because they were a huge hypocrite. All I know, the main thing I picked up from this story is OP must have really been into their friend's cousin. Cause man, they seemed devastated by not getting a chance to go after that. Crazy lecturer gave me an F in my final papers, so I dropped him halfway across the country. People do the worst things. This is a fact that I've known for a long time. But I never thought it was something that I'll experience firsthand, and I didn't. Not for a long while, at least. I never truly experienced the worst in people till I got to college. Final year precisely, when one of my professors decided to give me an F because I turned in my paper one day late. I couldn't let it slide, of course. If he wants to mess with my life, I'm gonna mess with his too. But let's go into detail. I started college at the age of 19. A bit late, I know, but it couldn't be helped. I had to work for the whole year to pay off my mom's hospital bills. She had MS, multiple sclerosis, and she had an episode a few months before I got a scholarship to the college of my choice, and there wasn't anyone else we could depend on. My dad left while I was little, and other family members were pretty much non-existent. Money was tough in my family. I guess that's why my dad left. That or he didn't want to deal with having a kid, or a wife with MS. That's why I had to step up. She's all I got. Anyways, when my mom got strong enough, she returned to work, and I finally went to school. The first few weeks were fun. As a first-year student, you didn't really have much to do but go to frat parties, get drunk, and wake up in a stranger's toilet with no recollection of what happened the day before. This was exactly how most of my first year went. And because of the fact that I was an outgoing person, also a football jock, I had a lot of friends and over a dozen love interests. I was even loved by a lot of professors. By the end of the first semester, I got initiated into one of the frat houses on campus, got bumped up to starter on the football team, and even started dating one of the hottest girls I've ever seen. Life was good. Well, that lasted until I got to the second year. My second year in college was way different from my first year. Our courses became more demanding, and I had to spend a whole lot more time with my books. I didn't know this at first, and I thought the whole of college was supposed to be fun. I got a D- in one of my major courses, and I got the scare of my life. It got so tough that I wanted to leave. I wanted to just quit and get it over with, but I couldn't. I'm not doing it just for me. My mom's also depending on me, and I couldn't let her down. Anyways, when I got that D-, I started to spend more time in the library, away from friends, and even football. I tried to make my education my top priority, and I even got a new circle of friends who helped me study. I gradually started to improve my grades, and by the end of the second year, I felt I was gonna be okay. And yeah, most of the third year was good. I went back to consistent football practice and even my friends, and it didn't affect my grades. One time I was invited to a party, and I met a whole bunch of people. We drank and talked throughout the night. When they stood up to leave, one of the guys gave me his phone number and told me to call if I'm having problems of any sort. I found that odd because I just met these guys, and they sort of looked like they were in a gang or something. I didn't think I'd need to be calling him. I didn't have problems, not there at least. I saved his number anyways. Then comes the beginning of my fourth year of college, the start of my nightmare. During the first week, we had a party at a lake house. I attended because it's the first week. School hasn't gotten hectic yet, plus I really needed to celebrate the fact that I made it that far. By the end of the year, I'll be graduating and I'd begin my journey up the corporate ladder. I walked into the house, greeted some friends, and got a drink. Then I spotted one of my course mates at the far end of the room. He looked worried, so I walked over to say hi. "Hey man, what's up?" I asked as I poured myself a drink at the open bar. He greeted me back and asked me if I'd heard the news. I said no, and he told me that the university has changed one of our major professors, and the new professor is a pain in the butt. I haven't even been to class because it was the first week, and nothing serious really happened. I laughed it off and told him that it couldn't be that bad. He turned to me with a serious face and said, "Yeah man, it's that bad." I got a bit scared when he said that, but I shrugged him off. The professors love me, I shouldn't have a problem. Psych. I got to class the next week, 2 minutes late, and I wasn't allowed into the class. He had a strict rule that says no student would be allowed into the class after him. I thought it was a joke, and he would let me in eventually, but it wasn't. I stayed outside the lecture hall for the duration of the lecture. When the class ended, I ran after the lecturer trying to apologize for my tardiness. I had good reason and I tried to explain, but he didn't want to hear it. At that moment, I knew there was going to be trouble. I've always tried to build good relationships with the professors, and none of them have been able to resist my charm, but it was going to be harder than I thought with this particular professor. I gave him the name Professor X because X is the mark he prefers to use on our assignment and test sheets. Anyways, that didn't stop me from trying. I tried to talk to him anytime I could. I'd go to his office for help on his course and even ask smart questions in class, but this even made matters worse. It was as though he saw me as smug and arrogant instead of curious, smart, and hardworking. He started to find the tiniest of reasons to send me out of the lecture hall. I also got one of the lowest scores on his assignments and tests. I didn't let this put me off. I felt like I could still impress him. Maybe that's my daddy issues talking though. Anyways, very close to the end of the second semester, we were supposed to write a paper on a topic Professor X gave. It was an easy subject for me, but I didn't want to rush it. I did all the research I could on the subject, and yeah, I was sure I was going to get an A. But a week to the date of submission, I got a call from home. My mom had to go back to the hospital. She had another MS episode. I dropped everything and drove back home to be by her side. I stayed in the hospital with her throughout the week, and when she could speak, she made me go back to college and turn in my paper. I didn't want to leave her, but she wouldn't have it. I told her I'd be back. Then I got into my car and drove 6 hours non-stop back to college so I could turn in my paper. I was already 1 day late, but I felt like there won't be any problem. I know he could be a real eggplant emoji, but even he can't be that callous. I was in for the surprise of my life. I got to campus in the evening and I headed straight for Professor X's office. He wasn't in, so I had to wait a while. When he didn't return, I decided to leave and come back the next day. But before I did, his assistant came to the office and informed me that he had a late lecture in another department. I decided to go there. I waited 2 hours outside the lecture hall in the blistering cold. When the lecture ended, I ran up to him and apologized profusely for the late submission. I explained the whole situation to him, and he listened with what I thought was a keen interest. When I finished, he called me a deranged liar and kept walking. I was taken aback. How on earth would a person lie about something of that magnitude? I couldn't even begin to fathom how this professor thinks, but I wouldn't let that stop me. I followed him, trying to make him see reason. Eventually, we got to his office, and he looked like he was finally taking pity on me. He accepted my paper, and I left happily. I went back to the hospital and stayed with my mom for a few days until she was strong enough to move again. Then I went back to college. A few days later, the test results came in, but to my dismay, I was given an F. What? I checked and checked again. An F. How? Why? I'm sure I had the best report in the whole class. Why would I get an F? I hurried to his office. I was sure that there was a mistake somewhere, and I just had to figure out what was going on and rectify it. I got to Professor X's office, and again, he wasn't in the office. I had to wait until he got back, and when he did, I confronted him about my grades, but he remained adamant. He said he wouldn't change my grades because I didn't submit them on time. I tried explaining again with the whole problem with my mom, but he didn't buy it. He told me he didn't buy it the first time, he just wanted me to leave. I begged and pleaded with him to reconsider. I needed to pass that test to avoid any carryovers. I couldn't afford to get carryovers because that means I won't get to graduate. I'll have to get an extra year, which might make me lose my scholarship. Eventually, I left his office, sad and at a loss for what to do. If I lost the scholarship, I might have to pay the tuition for the extra year myself. I couldn't afford such money. I wanted to report Professor X for unfair grading, but he was well within his rights because I turned in the paper late. Eventually, I got over myself and went to the financial aid office to make inquiries about my standings if I get a carryover. Turns out my GPA was high enough to take a hit without me losing my scholarship. I felt relieved, but that wasn't the end. Professor X had been a real jerk to me, and I wasn't gonna let him get away with it. I wanted revenge. For the next few days, I tried to brainstorm ideas on how to get my revenge, but it was my first time, so no ideas were coming to mind. Then I remembered the party I attended the year before, and the group of kinda sketchy guys I met there. I remembered the guy, let's call him Jay, that gave me his number. I pulled up his number on my phone and called him. The next day, he came to the campus, and we had lunch together. I explained everything to him and told him I needed his help for revenge. He agreed without hesitation and then called the rest of his guys. That evening, we gathered at Jay's place and came up with a plan. We had to filter through some really good plans so we wouldn't end up in jail, but eventually we settled on one. We were gonna kidnap him. Hold on, I know this sounds bad, but I promise it wasn't. And drop him off in another city without any means of return. He would have to hike back for most of the journey. It was solid, but we had to carry it out in a way that wouldn't blow back to us. So Jay got his uncle's van and painted it with temporary blue paint. Then we changed the plates of the van. We got some masks too to keep our identity hidden, and a few days later, we set out. We waited until nightfall when he came out of his office to head home, then trailed him to a secluded road where there weren't any traffic cameras. There we picked him up, gagged him and blindfolded him. He pleaded and begged for his life while we drove, and one of the guys assured him that he wasn't in any danger. I have to confess, I got scared after a while and started to rethink the whole plan. What if we get pulled over by the cops? We could go to jail for kidnapping. I took my concerns to Jay and he told me everything was fine. As long as we weren't going past the speed limit, there wasn't any reason why the cops would pull us over. He was right. After an 8-hour journey, we got to the Great Ohio Desert and pulled over. It was dawn already, so we got him out of the van. He was so scared that I nearly fell over in laughter, but I couldn't. I was wearing a mask, but he might still recognize my voice. I couldn't risk that, so I stayed silent. Jay and the rest of the guys collected his wallet, then destroyed his credit card. They took out the cash, then gave him back the empty wallet. Then they told him where he was and how to get home. When they told him to hike home, he couldn't believe his ears. He watched in amazement as we all got in the car, leaving him in the desert. It took him 6 days to get back home, and when he did, he looked like a refugee from a warring country. I didn't see him though, that's what his assistant said. He had to be hospitalized, of course, and we didn't see him back on campus for over a month. When he came back though, he had to quit because he suspected that he was kidnapped by students, but he didn't know which student it was, and he was scared that it might happen again. Anyways, I had to redo the course the next year, and I passed it with flying colors. Till today, Professor X didn't know who kidnapped him or why. And because of that, he didn't learn any lesson, but doing it was so satisfying, and that's good enough for me. I set my roommate's room on fire. First things first, things got a lot worse than I intended, and I promise I'm not an arsonist. You'll understand later. I knew there were risks when I decided to move in with someone off a Craigslist ad, but I always remind my friends that I was desperate whenever they bring it up. It was about 2 years ago and I was new in the Bay Area. I'd moved away from home to start a job in the city, and I didn't have the savings to get a place on my own. And it definitely didn't help that none of my friends were in San Francisco, so I did the next best thing and went to Craigslist. The ad was pretty simple, which I took as a good sign. But I should have known that it was an early sign of a psychopath, because why would your only requirement for a roommate be that they're female, your age, and working? But I was desperate, so I called her, and a week later, I was moving into the 2-bedroom flat with a girl I'll call Helen. Helen was very quiet at the beginning, and I'm not even gonna lie, it creeped me out. Every week when I was checking in with my group of friends, I would tell them how I felt like she was hiding a huge secret or some bodies in her room, and we would laugh about it, but after 2 months of living with her, I was beginning to think that our joke might not be fictional at all. On Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, Helen was gone for hours, and whenever she returned, which was usually after midnight, she spent the rest of the night in her room. Then the next day, she would wake up at 12 p.m. and start meal prepping for the week. That was another thing I never understood about Helen. She was a fitness freak. She went to the gym 4 times a week and she ate like a 3-year-old. Anytime I bought pizza or invited my new friend from work over for a movie and we had popcorn, she would squeeze her nose in disgust and spray the house whenever I was done eating. Later, she would approach me and, of course, quietly, tell me that I was killing myself by eating those things. But I wasn't bothered by these things because I thought they were just typical insensitive comments that had no weight. But at the 2-month mark of moving into the flat with Helen, she started to get really annoying. I would stock up part of my fridge with cheese and cream and all the stuff I like to eat, and she would throw out my stuff, claiming that she thought they were things she accidentally bought. And when I told her they were things I kept in my part of the fridge, which is something we did so groceries don't get mixed up, she would tell me she forgot which section was hers and which wasn't. At that point, I was getting tired of her antics, but breaking the lease would have meant paying all the money I'd saved for getting a place of my own, and I would be back at square zero. So I decided I would just live with it for the rest of the 10 months on the lease, and when I got a salary review, I could leave her and her weirdness behind. Then there was the issue about my friends. When I first moved into the apartment, I took my calls out on the balcony so I didn't interrupt the never-ending quietness in the house whenever Helen was home. I had seen the way she looked at me whenever I had music playing in the living room or had movie night with Sadie, my friend from work, so I was doing everything not to have issues start up with Helen. But after 3 months or so, I started taking calls in the living area/kitchen, and I warned my friends ahead of time if Helen was around so they wouldn't start talking crap when she was within hearing distance. And it was obvious that Helen didn't like that my friends and I were loud on the phone. There was one time when she passed by while I was on a call, and she said in the loudest voice I heard from her in all the time I'd lived there, "There are other people living in this house, you know." That was a wrong thing to say, but I just apologized and told her I was wrapping up my cooking and would get out of her way. She tissed and left, and I was pissed about it, but I decided to leave her alone. It wasn't that I hadn't tried to be friendly with her, but after asking if she wanted to grab a meal, go for drinks, see a movie, or go to a concert for weeks after moving in, I decided that we were not going to be anything but roommates. And the arrangement worked fine. I didn't know anything about Helen other than the fact that she always had her bills paid on time, and she was high on fitness. I didn't even know what she did for work, and when I asked, she said it doesn't matter as long as she could pay her part of the bills, so I never asked. But then I found out, and it made her mad as heck. Sadie and I went on a bar crawl one particular Saturday with some guys we had met the previous weekend, and we were entering the crawl at this dive bar the guys had suggested. As soon as we stepped in, I could hear someone singing from the stage. And I was very happy with the vibe in the bar, already making notes to come back with Sadie or alone. By the time we settled in near the front of the bar, close to the stage, I was shocked to see that it was Helen singing, and Sadie was just as surprised because Helen had barely spoken to her in the 4 or 5 times they had met. But there she was in a very tiny slip dress and belting out Amy Winehouse like her life depended on it. I was shocked to see her in a different light, and I was wondering what was so secretive about being a singer that she never shared. But that was answered quickly. About 10 minutes after we got into the bar, Helen switched to a more sexy playlist, and she was going round to the guys and some girls in the bar to tease them while singing. And they were dropping tips in her cleavage, garters, and the fancy updo her hair was in. Sadie and I exchanged surprised glances, but the guys we were with didn't notice because Helen had just come up to our table. As soon as she saw us, we could see that she was uncomfortable that we had found her, but she went about her business. By the time she was back on stage, Sadie and I were chatting with the guys, and one of them said something super funny, but unfortunately, Sadie and I started laughing just as I looked up and caught Helen's eyes. And I knew she thought we were laughing at her, so I gave her a thumbs up, but it must have worsened the situation because she had a stony expression and switched to a playlist of angry love songs. But I was having too much fun to overthink it. By the time I got home the next morning, yes, the crawl/date had a happy ending, I was sober enough to realize that the air was tense as Helen was meal prepping in the kitchen. After locking the door and hanging my coat, I said, "Morning, Helen. You were wonderful last night. I didn't know you were a singer." Instead of answering, she turned around and said, "I don't know who you think you are. You think you're so special because of your friends and boyfriends and think you can stalk me to my place of work and make fun of me all night." And I was just dumbstruck. Where was this coming from? Then I remembered her expression when Sadie and I were laughing. So I tried to explain, but she cut me off. "Oh, save it. You don't get to come in here and cook up lies. You're a witch, and I honestly wish the leasing agreement wasn't so high." Did I mention that through the shouting, her voice was at the highest I'd ever heard it? And I think that's what made me snap. You know what? I've had enough of you. The nerve to call me a witch when you're the one who's been acting like a creepy jerk for the past 3 months and making my friends feel uncomfortable with all your weird crap. I don't need your attitude this morning, or frankly ever. We weren't laughing at you because the world doesn't revolve around you. And that's when Helen tried to slap me, but I ducked in time. She was crazy and she looked the part that morning, and I let her know it. "You are freaking crazy, do you know that? Stay out of my way or I'll call the cops on you." For the rest of the week, I caught her staring at me creepily and gave her the middle finger every time she looked at me too intensely, not saying anything. I wasn't trying to instigate anything, but I had had enough of her drama. And when I told my friends what had happened, they all agreed I didn't need to tiptoe around her anymore. Whatever issues she had, she could deal with them on her own and not make everyone else feel like crap for daring to exist around her. Even Sadie started coming around more often, and we were as loud as we wanted without caring for her knocking things around in the kitchen to grab her attention. A misunderstood laugh at the bar shouldn't have caused so much tension, but for all the BS I had sucked up from her, things could get as dramatic as possible, and I wouldn't bat an eyelid. But then she attacked me where it hurt the most. I was on the phone with Sadie one evening before a major client meeting we had at work, and Helen was in the kitchen while we were talking. I would later realize that she had been eavesdropping, but I didn't pay too much attention to her at the time. A day before the meeting, Helen came to my room an hour before I went to bed, and she came with 2 glasses of juice. She said it was a peace offering because she didn't think the living situation was so bad before my friend and I made fun of her. I told her again that I and my friend hadn't laughed at her, but she brushed it aside and handed me a glass, saying we should leave everything behind. I was suspicious, of course, but she said, "I promise, it's not laced with anything. Here, I'll drink both to show you." And she took huge gulps of both glasses, so I decided to be the bigger person and accept 1 glass of juice. She hung around until I took sips of the drink and told me she could wait until I was done so she could take the glass back to the kitchen, but I told her not to bother. By the time I woke up the next morning, I was feeling alright and looking forward to telling Sadie all about the apology juice. But by the time I got to work, I was feeling downright murderous. I was sweating buckets and my intestines felt like they were about to get ruptured, and I knew immediately that Helen had done something to my drink. But I couldn't really think it through because all I could think about was finding the restroom. After my 3rd or 4th trip, Sadie said I was looking too pale and got me a cab. When I got home, Helen was in her room and I had to grip the counter for support. She came out a few minutes later looking as pale as I felt, and when she saw me, she smiled and said, "A small price to pay," before shooting me the middle finger. I found the bottle of Docusade in my bathroom, and I felt that was her telling me to do my worst. So, I did just that. But before I could, I was washing my hair a few days after the laxative incident when I noticed that it was falling out the more I added shampoo to it. And I knew Helen had tampered with it, which meant she had broken into my room. At that point, I knew she was crazy and I had to get out of the apartment before she tried to kill me off completely. But not before getting my revenge. I got a haircut to cover up my chopped strands, and I knew I had to do something she wouldn't be able to cover up. One day, when she left for the gym, I waited for an hour knowing she would soon be back, and I broke into her room, which wasn't difficult, after smashing off her door handle with a hammer. Like the neurotic person I knew she would be, I found her outfits for Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday all labeled in her closet. I piled them up, stuck them in her bathtub, and set them on fire. Then I threw in all her shoes and jewelry before taking a picture of the flame and texting it to her with the caption, "Consider the price paid in full." Helen was stepping into the apartment just as I stepped out of her room as it was quickly filling with smoke. I grabbed the fire extinguisher by the door and passed it to her while she ran to our blanket storage to try and stop the fire. After a minute or so, the fire died down. And while I'm not sure what her reason was, I like to think that the reason Helen never reported the fire incident was because she realized I was as crazy, if not crazier, than she thought she was. I moved out of the apartment the next week, sent the lease breaking fee to her, and I never heard from my crazy roommate Helen anymore. And from time to time, I make a joke about setting my friends on fire if they ever mess with me. So although OP here claims that maybe they didn't report them because they think they might be crazier than they were, and who knows what somebody that crazy would do if they got reported, right? I'm wondering if the reason why Helen didn't report OP was because it gives OP a platform to discuss what Helen did to OP in the first place, which is drugging them. Maybe they just realized, an eye for an eye, let's not escalate this any further, because OP is pretty crazy. Bullying a bully. Terrible bosses are a tale as old as time itself. And if you've been in the work pool for a while, you might have had an encounter with 1 or 2 of them. This is my own little story of how my coworkers and I gave one of them the worst time of her life. I'm a 27-year-old male, and I live and work in Los Angeles. I've been the graphic designer for my job for nearly 4 years now, and I've loved it the entire time. After getting my degree in media studies, I moved to Cali with barely enough money for 2 months of rent and food, while designing fake ads for brands on my Instagram and Pinterest, until I got noticed by this startup brand and started designing for them. I can't tell you how lucky I was to get the job, but when I just got in, it was basically nothing. We were about 4 staff altogether, each person doing more than they signed up for, with a salary that was just enough for rent and groceries. Within just 6 months of working our butts off, we were able to move into a much bigger workspace and increased to nearly 5 times the number of initial staff. And in a year, the company's net worth had quadrupled, and so had its staff. Nothing made me feel prouder than having started with the company when it was 4 people, the owner included. I remained the graphic designer with a larger workload and even bigger pay. I've always appreciated stability, so knowing that I had a job that paid well and kept me employed was good. Plus, if they ever wanted to let me go, I had a good amount of work on my portfolio to land me another job. Working at my job was quite literally fun and games until the head of the business moved to a different city to start up another branch. Temporarily, I was put in charge of the entire office until the manager was appointed, and let me tell you, it was the most stressful 3 months of my life. The company started out as a cannabis supply chain that was illegally run by 2 people until they got a legal grant and started employing more people. Then it started to expand to other products, even having a group of scientists to do research and create as many THC-infused products as they possibly could. Within time, merch was also added, and we had a full-on clothing production. It was a lot, and I had to handle all of that and still consistently design for the current LA branch and the new one as well. Does this paint a picture of how much work I had on my hands? By the middle of the 4th month of handling things, we got the great news that a new manager was coming all the way from Atlanta to manage the brand. I was super elated because exhaustion had become my best friend, and I'd begun considering Botox and fillers to get rid of the eye bags. I was the one who went to pick the new manager up from the airport, and she was so nice and smiley, extremely beautiful as well. From our little conversation, I could tell that she was smart and good at her job, and I was just happy that I and the other members of the staff who had been working overtime could finally take a break. The new manager, we'll call her A, short for jerk, resumed work 2 hours earlier than usual. When we got to work, she was red in the face and threatening to fire everyone on the spot. To say that we were shocked would be the understatement of the year. It was different from the person to who we'd been introduced to. Nobody believed that she had the power to fire anyone, but we decided that since it was her first time here, we wouldn't think too much about it. As a way to lighten up, one of the other 4 guys that started alongside me when we were just 4 staff, Cal, fake name, joked that employees had a discount on pre-rolls, so she could snag one for herself and relax. This seemed to make her spiral, and she immediately fired Cal. I had access to the boss, so I called him to help de-escalate the situation. Luckily, he answered, and we had an emergency meeting where he let us know that A was really in charge and could do as she felt necessary with the company. But then he told her that me, Cal, and the other 2 people who were with us at the beginning of the company were the only people she couldn't do away with. All of this happened on just the first day of A being manager, and immediately I knew that it was going to be the most exciting adventure of my entire career. Things were quiet for the next week or 2 until A decided that she wanted to revoke all of our employee discounts so that we would begin paying full price for everything. If you're someone who currently lives in or has lived in Cali before, you would know that the cost of living is pretty high. Although I didn't have a problem with it because I earned much higher than some others, it would be unfair to those who depended on those discounts. Instead of staying the quiet graphics guy that only spoke up in dire situations and retreated back into the shadows when it was all over, I scheduled a one-on-one meeting with A to try to talk to her, since I was probably the only person who she hadn't had an altercation with. In the beginning, I thought the meeting was going well, until she picked up the papers containing the company's rules and regulations, tore them to pieces right in front of me, and told me how she was in charge now and would run the company how she wanted. I very calmly told her that complaints would flood the CEO's emails, and it would raise suspicion and get them to come here at random times. She laughed and said it would be their word against hers because the profits would be soaring higher, and that's all she needed to stay in their good books. She wasn't wrong, and sales were pretty stable. So I knew that complaining was a lost cause, and I had to do something to get A to get the heck out of the company before she destroyed something. As much as I wanted to stay out of drama, I was an integral part of this company and wanted the best for it. While I was thinking about how I wanted to go about things, A added me to her company hit list. No, really, she literally had a list of people she wanted to get rid of, and I was at like number 7, the CEO himself being at number 1. We found this out because Cal and I started to work together to find a way to get some evidence to prove that A was a terrible manager. Besides the few complaints that had been classed as common misunderstandings in the workplace. There were no misunderstandings because A was just a bully. Work usually resumed at 10 a.m., but she made everyone come in 2 hours early. And if you were even a minute late, it was removed from your salary. There were no employee discounts, and Friday lunches were completely scrapped. All day, she just screamed at people, sometimes threw things at them, and was a witch in general. As for me, she made sure to tell me that none of the graphics I did looked good, and that I was completely useless. I'm in active therapy, so none of it really got to me, but it was hilarious to see her try, and even funnier to watch her get frustrated when she noticed that she wasn't getting to me. After hours one day, we stayed back and I used my spare key to let myself into A's office, just looking around. Cal went through her laptop while I looked around her office, and it didn't take him long to find a notes folder full of her very strong remarks about the CEO and how he was crap, and she planned on taking the company right from under his nose because she could handle it better than he could. But first, she needed to get some of us out of the way, Cal and I included. I found it funny, but Cal was enraged, and he said some very mean things about her. I asked him to calm down and look for more evidence, but the rest of her files and emails were protected by passwords. We got Stan, the IT guy, to come in the next night, and he was more than happy to help us out. Going through her email address was hilarious because this woman exchanged raunchy emails and images of herself with about 3 of the biggest jerks in the business world. These guys made their money by stealing small businesses and making them into their own. Unethical, but unfortunately legal. The basis of the sexual relationship they shared was a way to convince each of them to buy shares in a company that wasn't even hers. And by the way she spoke to them, it wasn't her first time doing this. After printing out evidence and taking all the necessary screenshots of things that we needed, everything was tucked neatly away. The next few days were absolutely hilarious because A was being her normal witchy self, but Cal, Stan, and I knew that we were about to ruin her, and it made us super happy. We waited and timed our little plan at the same time that the CEO was also coming to inspect how things were going in the company. While we were waiting, we continued to dig up as much evidence that was even completely unrelated to the case we were pursuing, but would also screw her up. It turned into one big project, and it even felt like high school again, and I was preparing for the science fair. A few days before the meeting, I asked the CEO if all 3 of us could attend because we had some things to input, and as the really chill guy he was, he agreed without asking too many questions. He even asked us to go first, much to the chagrin of A. We started by playing a couple of videos where she was obviously being mean to workers and screaming at them, throwing things at some of them, and one clip of her hitting a janitor. Then we introduced screenshots of the email, handing the printed copies to the boss and letting him read through them before switching places and explaining things to him. A was so shocked that she sank deeper into her seat with every new piece of evidence that we showed, her face devoid of every color. I almost felt bad for her. Almost, but not quite, because she deserved this for every small business that she had screwed over after being paid to manage. I was shocked that she was rated so highly and had nearly 0 bad reviews. As an encore, we also showed the boss that barely any profit was made in all the 6 months that she had been managing the company. After our presentation was over, the boss asked A to prove that what we said against her was all a lie, but she was completely silent, staring straight at the wall. Right there, he fired her and then informed her to get her lawyers ready because he would be suing her. The funniest part was that Stan was live streaming everything from the company's Instagram account. Over 10,000 people were informed of the kind of person A was, which already made a huge dent in her career. The case was settled out of court, and Gal became the new manager of the LA branch. It worked out perfectly because we were both in it from the start, and his goals aligned with that of the company. Last I heard of A, she moved to Utah to manage a few ranches there and start up from scratch. I wish her the best, but Stan's considered re-uploading the live stream again so that she gets some more heat all over again. Nosy neighbor ruins my party, so I made her move. One of the many life lessons that I've learned in my 18 years on Earth, which I'm surely going to pass on to my kids, is the fact that most people are crazy. And to relate with these crazy people, you have to be a little bit crazy too. My worst experience with a crazy person to date was with my nosy neighbor. Let's call her Jane. Jane ruined my party and destroyed my chances of ever being one of the cool kids in school. Well, I couldn't have that, so I got my pound of flesh. But let's start at the top. All my life, well, till I was 15, I lived in the city with my parents. My dad owned a small hardware store on DeKalb Avenue between Cumberland and Carlton, Brooklyn. Mom was a nurse in Lenox Hill Hospital, Manhattan. We lived in a tiny apartment in Manhattan. I was the only child and life was very good. Then one day, out of the blue, my parents decided that it was time to move. They explained that they never planned to stay so long in the city after they started their family. They wanted a white picket fence kind of house in a quiet neighborhood, but because money was tight, they had to work extra hard to get by. But at that time, they had saved enough money to buy a house in the suburbs. I openly protested this decision because I wasn't a creature of change. I loved to stay within my comfort zone, and moving to another apartment threatens my comfort. I'll have to go to a new school, meet new people, make new first impressions, try to make new friends, try out for the football squad. That was just so stressful. Anyways, I didn't have much choice in the matter, so I went with it. We moved to a suburb in Virginia, and contrary to my initial beliefs, I actually liked the place. It was way different from Manhattan. It was clean and quiet and peaceful. Okay, that was total BS. I hated the suburbs. I loved the noise in Manhattan and the view of the cars moving about. I'd even gotten used to the smell of trash, which was always sitting on every corner in the city. But most of all, I missed my friends from school. The first few days in our new house, I moped about, giving my parents the silent treatment. But as time went on, I started to see the appeal of the suburbs. I started to like the quietness. I could focus more on my books and stuff. My room was also bigger and I didn't have to share bathrooms with my parents, thank God. The neighbors were also surprisingly nice, unlike in New York where everybody minds their business. During our first week in the suburbs, our next door neighbors, the Pratts, came to formally welcome us into the neighborhood with one of the best blueberry pies I've ever had. They hit it off with my parents almost immediately. That night, they invited us over to their place for dinner, and I met their daughter named Ariana. We were both high school sophomores, and we had a lot to talk about. We hung out for most of that long summer holiday, and she promised to introduce me to her friends when school resumes. But just a few weeks before resumption, they announced that they were traveling to a country in Europe I didn't know how to pronounce. I was really sad to see them go. Ariana was the only friend I actually had at the time, and she had promised to help make my adjustment period in my new school as comfortable as possible. Anyways, I understood that she didn't have much of a choice in the matter, like me. Anyways, a few days after the Pratts moved out, a woman named Jane moved into their house. The first time I saw her, I decided that I didn't like her. She was yelling at the taxi driver that dropped her off, and I knew that we weren't going to have the same rapport as the Pratts. My mom decided that since we were part of the suburban family now, we should carry on the tradition of welcoming the new neighbors into the neighborhood. She prepared a chicken casserole, and we all went to do the big welcome. We should have stayed at home. We knocked on her front door, and Jane received us with open arms. At first, I thought I had the wrong impression of her, but when she invited us into her home, my parents had a short conversation with her. During that time, I noticed the arrogant and condescending tone with which she talked to my parents. She bragged about her successful startup and even dropped some snide remarks about my dad's modest hardware store, which was due to open soon. Jane was divorced, no surprise there. A few days later, my mom and Jane had their first altercation. My mom came home that day from the convenience store and rushed inside the house to get her hospital scrubs. She had the afternoon shift at the local hospital she worked in. Her car had a battery issue, so she left the engine running. She didn't want to spend any more time trying to get the battery to start. When she emerged from the house, Jane was already outside waiting for her. Mom greeted her with a smile, but Jane stared back at her with a deep scowl on her face. When Mom got close enough, Jane went on a terribly long rant about how my mom is one of the people ruining the world and how she was insensitive to other people. I don't know the full details because I was in my room playing some video games at the time, and when I noticed the noise and went downstairs, Mom had already gotten in her car and driven off. When Mom mentioned it at the dinner table that night, I laughed it off. I knew she was a jerk, but I didn't peg her as an uptight jerk. I had my own altercation with Jane just 2 days after that. I was playing fetch with my dog, Kane. One time I threw my frisbee with too much force, and it glided into Jane's front yard. She was outside at the time reading a book. When the frisbee fell on her lawn, she walked over to pick it up. I expected her to throw it back, but to my surprise, she broke it in two and then walked into her house like nothing happened. I told my parents about this, and when they confronted her, she told them that her lawn is not a dump, and the next time I make a mistake like that, she's going to make sure we get fined. What? Could she even do that? Anyways, we decided to just stay the heck away from her so we wouldn't have to find out. A few weeks later, I started my new school. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't really good either. I had a really hard time introducing myself and talking to the other kids. During the lunch break, I didn't get invited to the lunch tables in the cafeteria, so I had to sit by myself at one of the abandoned tables at the far end of the hall. Anyways, as the days went by, I started to make some friends. Most of them were nerds, not my usual crowd, but I had to make do. During football tryouts, I made sure to impress the coach and the other players, and I became the newest member of the team. I felt elated because I thought that this was it. I was finally on the ins with the popular kids in school, but that was far from the truth. During one lunch break, I tried to sit at the football players' table, but they stopped me. The captain of the team said that I had to earn the honor of the jocks' quarters, as they called it, before I could sit with them. When I asked how, they said that I had to throw one of the best house parties to prove myself worthy. House parties? What? I have never even been to a house party before, not to talk of actually throwing one. I explained this to them, but they shrugged me off, giving me an ultimatum of 4 weeks to throw a killer party. I told my nerd friends about this, and we did our research. Then we pooled resources together. The most important thing for the party was, of course, booze. One of my friends, Jake, handled that. Apparently he had a keg guy. My other friend decided to take care of the music. The next problem on the list was my parents. Of course, I couldn't tell them that I wanted to throw a party. No parent would allow that. So I decided to throw the party on a Saturday when they were scheduled to be away from home. Mom and Dad had to spend the weekend with Grandma in Ohio, and I had to do a lot of convincing that I was going to be fine alone at home before they agreed. "Just don't throw any wild parties while we're away," my dad joked, and I laughed nervously. He had no idea. Anyways, Saturday came and my friends arrived first, and they helped me set up. Jake brought in the keg and Mike set up the music. By 7 p.m., the people from school started to arrive. I stood outside on the lawn, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jane on her porch smoking a cigarette. I waved and then walked over to her fence. Then I told her I was having a little get-together. She merely shrugged and then told me to not turn the music all the way up because she's had a rough day at the office and she wanted some peace and quiet. I said okay, and she walked into her house. I was so happy. Surprised, but happy that she didn't make a fuss about the party. Looks like our neighbor Jane had a cool side after all. Or at least that's what I thought. Psych! 30 minutes into the party, we heard a loud knock on the door. I hurried over to open it, thinking it was another schoolmate. My eyes widened in shock when I saw it was 2 policemen standing by the door, with Jane behind them. My schoolmates hurried out through the kitchen and back doors as the men walked in, breaking up the party. They couldn't arrest them all for underage drinking, so they arrested me instead. When they questioned me about how I got the keg, I didn't want to tell them about Jake because I didn't want to put him in trouble. I had to tell them eventually when they threatened me with juvie. I had to spend the night in police custody. My parents flew back the next morning, and they were held responsible for my mistake. They had to pay a huge fine before I was set free. The police went ahead to question Jake, and he had to give up his keg guy, which turned out to be his older brother who worked in a beer store. He was fined by the police and fired by the manager of the store. I was grounded for the entire school year, and my phone and video game privileges were taken from me. I was so sad and angry. Not because I was grounded or busted for throwing the party, but because of the ripple effect it had on the people around me. My parents, Jake and his brother. This all happened because Jane decided to report me to the police. One night, I lay on my bed and I tried to figure out why she decided to call the police. We weren't even playing loud music. I tossed and turned and still came up with nothing. No reason at all. That was when it dawned on me that she was even worse than the uptight jerk I pegged her as. That same night, I vowed to get my revenge, no matter what it took. The next week, I went back to school and tried to apologize to Jake, but he wouldn't talk to me. Then I moved on to explain the Jane situation to my other friends. I told them I wanted revenge. They were reluctant to help at first, but they agreed eventually. During the lunch break, we came up with our plan. After a few minutes of brainstorming, we decided to cause an infestation in her house. I was skeptical about the plan for a while because where on earth are we gonna find sewer rats? Leave that to me, Mike said confidently. And to my surprise, a few days later, during lunch break, we ditched school and he led us to an abandoned warehouse where he had stashed a wooden crate filled with black sewer rats. He made me promise to not name him to the police if things go south. I had to carry out the next phase of my plan alone while my friends returned to school before the end of lunch break. I couldn't wait until the end of school because Jane might have gotten back from work, and also because I was still grounded, I couldn't stay out a minute longer than needed. I quickly rode my bike to Jane's, climbed over the backyard fence. I wore a baseball cap and made sure to stay out of sight, and then I got to the back door. I used some paper clips to pick the locks and then I walked into the house. I released some rats in the living room, some in the bedroom, and the rest in the kitchen. I went back the same way I came, discarded the crate, and cycled back to school. I missed physics class, but I was on time for math. By the end of the school day, I cycled back home past Jane's house. I saw her on the lawn pacing and yelling at someone on the phone. When I walked into my living room, my mom ran over to me excitedly. She told me what had happened. She came home from work just about the same time that Jane got back too. My mom was still in the driveway pulling out some groceries from her car when she heard loud screaming from Jane's house. She rushed over to check on Jane, and that was when she saw them. The rats. On the chairs, tables, everywhere. They had destroyed her food in the kitchen, even her clothes in her closet. When I asked my mom how the rats got in, she said it might have been sabotage because her back door was unlocked. Anyways, Jane had to stay in the hotel for a few days till the exterminator could get the rats out. When she came back, she put up the house for sale and moved away. Apparently, she was scared that someone might be after her. Her ex-husband maybe. I had a good laugh with my friends when I told them what had happened. I was so happy that she moved away. My plan worked way better than I actually expected. The house is still on the market today, and I just hope the next person that moves in would be better. And if not, I could always get a crate of sewer rats to take care of them. If you're living in an area where you've pissed off the neighbors enough to the point where they're putting black sewer rats in your house, breaking and entering just to do that, honestly, it's probably for the best that you get up and move out of there because I don't think you're salvaging any relationship that has soured that far. That said, our final story of the day is boss harasses my girlfriend, so I framed him for fraud. Sometimes I feel like power is everything that's wrong with this world. Not necessarily the power, but the people that wield it. Take a look at history and see what I'm talking about. King Leopold II had power, Vladimir Lenin had power, and Adolf had power, but what did they do? They killed millions upon millions. We're quite lucky that we don't live in that era of indiscriminate killing anymore, because if not, I think it would be safe to say that lots of us wouldn't be hearing this story. Anyways, people in power have evolved over the last few centuries. There aren't a lot of killings now, not because these powerful people have suddenly grown big hearts, but because they won't go unchecked. But they've found more ways to make the lives of the powerless more unbearable by the day. Some people would have even preferred the mercy of a quick death. These days, powerful people come in many forms, but the most popular ones are workplace bosses. These sets of people will drive you completely nutty if care is not taken. They would take, and you'll give your all to them, and it still won't be enough. Some bosses have even been known to drive people to ending it all. This story is about my boss, how he harassed my girlfriend Jenny, and everything that came after. So just sit back and enjoy. I met Jenny in my sophomore year of high school. She was a transfer student from one of those countries I can't pronounce. She was into a lot of things that I was into. Movies, computers, games. We hit it off almost immediately. I had a crush on her at this time, but I didn't say anything. I've always felt like she was way out of my league, and I didn't want to ruin our friendship by trying to get romantic with her. Jenny was not your regular type of geek. She was beautiful, stylish, had a great sense of humor, and most of all, she was real. She says what she wants and hangs out with who she wants to hang out with. She is the person she wanted to be, not the image or idea of a person that society wanted her to be. This trait made her one of the most hated persons by the cheerleading squad, because while she didn't put too much effort into making herself noticed or popular, people were naturally drawn to her, making her all of those things. Well, she was bullied in her junior and senior years. Those cheerleaders really did a number on her, but she was strong. We stuck together, and she didn't let them get to her. Our high school experience wasn't the best, but we survived it because we were excited about college. We had the intention of going to the same college, so we applied to the same colleges, and not surprising really because we were nerds and all, we actually got accepted to the 4 universities we applied to. Eventually, we chose the one furthest from home and went there. But college wasn't what we thought it out to be. In the first year, we did really well with our courses and even came out on top of our classes. But the people, not so much. We had always expected that college would be filled with mature, career-driven people that we could relate to and maybe even build lasting friendships with. But that wasn't the case. College was like high school, but way worse. The jocks in high school evolved to frat boys, while the cheerleaders evolved to sorority girls. We weren't bullied or whatever, but it got really lonely. We didn't really have anyone but ourselves. Anyways, that was the first year. We met some really nice people in the second and third years, fellow nerds and geeks. By the mid-semester of our third year, I decided to ask Jenny to be my girlfriend. By this time, I'd been in love with her for almost 7 years, and I'd watched her date a number of guys all throughout our time in high school and our first and second year of college. I just couldn't keep my feelings a secret anymore. To my uttermost surprise, she said yes. We graduated college the next year, and we decided to apply to the same company. The company had a strict no dating coworkers policy, so we had to keep our relationships under wraps during the interview. And shockingly, we both got hired. That afternoon, we got back to our shared apartment, popped a bottle of cheap champagne, and celebrated. We were so happy because we felt like it was all worth it. The troubles in high school, the loneliness in college. We were finally in one of the most popular banks in the state. Things were looking up, or so we thought. On our first day in the company, we arrived earlier than others. We came at different times, of course. We didn't want to arouse suspicion. We were given the tour by an office assistant, then shown to our different workspaces. Jenny was hired as a data processing officer, while I got a job as the junior internal auditor. So we worked on the same floor but on different sides. If I peeked above my computer, I could see her in the distance behind the glass doors. It was great. Well, not for long. The branch manager arrived a few hours after we did, and all the fun ended. He yelled at everyone and everything until he got to his office. A few minutes later, the manager's assistant rushed out and rounded up all the new hires, me, Jenny, and a couple of other guys in IT. She said the manager wanted to meet us all. she whispered, "Good luck," and then hurried away, probably to get him coffee or something. I straightened my clothes, remade my tie, took a deep breath, and then joined the other guys as they trooped into his office. The bank manager was a big man. When I say big, I don't mean built or muscular. I'm politely saying he was fat. He had balding hair and a really weird mustache. He also sweat a lot and smelled funny. I disliked him already, due to the way he yelled and talked to the workers when he walked in. But when we walked into his office, I noticed the way his eyes stuck to Jenna, sizing her up as he ate a hamburger. The last guy walked in and we all stood in silence as we watched the manager devour the hamburger. When he was done, he squeezed the wrapper and threw it towards the bin. It missed by a few inches and dropped to the floor, so he signaled to one of the guys in front of me to pick it up. Then he gave a really long speech about how lucky we were to be hired by the firm and how he wouldn't hesitate to fire any one of us if we screwed up. All through the time he was speaking, he only looked at Jenny. I noticed that she was starting to get uncomfortable, but there was nothing I could do. It was my first day, and I didn't want to get on his bad side. An hour later, he dismissed us, and we trooped out once again. He asked Jenny to wait behind, and right then, I knew that I was going to have problems with the manager. Jenny and I left the office a few minutes apart, and we got to our rendezvous point and shared a cab home. We settled down to some pepperoni pizza and orange juice, and I asked her what the deal was with the manager. She shrugged and said he only asked for her name and station. She told me there was no problem, but I wasn't convinced. Jenna had always been trusting with boys, and they've always tried to take advantage of her one way or the other. I, on the other hand, am a cynic. I don't trust people. Say what you will, but if you've had an experience with jocks and frat boys like I have, you'd probably be a cynic too. I started to pay more attention to the bank manager, and boy, I was right. After 2 days of intense study, I learned that he was a perpetual womanizer. He touches and harasses at least one woman at work each day, and his targets are usually the less confident, shy, and poor ones who won't say anything because they were scared of losing their job. I was so mad that I walked up to one of these women and asked them why they didn't sue him for harassment, or at least report him to the disciplinary board. They merely laughed and then said that the last person that reported him to the board got fired. After the disciplinary hearing, the board let the branch manager off with a warning. But a few weeks later, the girl was fired for negligence of duty. When she took her case to court, the company lawyers got the case thrown out before it even got to a hearing. The worst part? According to one of the guys in sales who keeps in touch with the girl, she hadn't been able to get a job in business since then, and she had to resort to taking a job in a middle school. The branch manager obviously had friends in high places, and it would be insanely difficult, if not impossible, to pull him down. A mere 2 weeks after we were hired, I noticed that the manager had started to call Jenny into his office more often. She would fetch his coffee, tend to his files, and answer phone calls that were not in her work description. All the while, he had a personal office assistant. I got really worried and I talked to Jenny about it, but she waved me off again. She even started to defend him, saying that he wasn't who the other workers say he was. She said he was nice and friendly and he'd never said or done anything inappropriate to her. Yeah, Jenny's trust can come with a whole lot of naivety too. Another 2 weeks later, that is a month after we were hired, the manager touched her inappropriately. He called her into the office, and for the first time since she's been visiting his office, he asked her to drop off the blinds. I got so mad because I knew exactly what was about to happen. I stood up from my chair and was about to storm off to the manager's office, but I quickly remembered the consequences. Any irrational decision I make could jeopardize mine and Jenny's jobs. I decided to wait until she comes out. When she did, she looked flustered and teary-eyed. I knew something had happened. The ride home from our rendezvous point was quiet. I tried to make her talk, but she wouldn't even look at me. When we got home, I tried again and she finally opened up to me. She said the manager had called her to help him sort out some files for a meeting. She got to his office, but he told her to close the blinds because he was feeling a headache from looking at the workers' faces all day. She thought he meant it as a joke, but he wasn't. She closed the blinds, then went ahead to work with the files. A few minutes later, the manager stood up from his seat, circled the table to stand behind her. He bent low, pretending to look into the files she was sorting. Then he made a statement about her being tense in the shoulders. Without permission, he started to massage her shoulders. Jane tried to get him to stop by telling him politely that she was fine and that there was no need for a massage, but he didn't. In a split second, his hands dropped down to grab both on her chest. She tried to struggle out of his hold, but he threatened that if she didn't do as he said, he would fire her and make sure that she never gets a job anywhere. With that, she stopped struggling and he continued to mess around. That was the only thing he did, thankfully. Jenna promised to get her revenge. She wanted to go to the disciplinary board to report him, but I cautioned her restraint. She needed concrete evidence to stand a chance to bring him down, but she didn't. Even if she did, what's to say the committee wouldn't let him go with a warning again and fire her as they did the last girl that tried to get justice? Then I told her to leave him to me. I was so mad about the whole incident. It brought back memories I've tried to bury deep. The high school bullying and everything else. How could we be so powerless in high school, college, and still in our workplace? When are we gonna get a break? Well, I decided that we weren't gonna be the victims anymore. Not if I could help it. If we couldn't stop them the right way, we'll have to try other ways. I enlisted the help of some of the workers in the bank, mostly the females that had been harassed. Some of them were reluctant at first, but when I made it clear that he wasn't going to stop and that this was the only way to actually get justice for themselves, they agreed. The first step of my plan was to create an offshore account with his details. One of the girls at IT did this. She used an air-gapped system so it wouldn't be traced back to us. Then one of the workers in charge of customer accounts started to move some money into the offshore account. Little by little, then I falsified the transaction reports, making it look like the branch manager was swiping money from customer accounts under the guise of bank charges. I emailed the report to the CEO the next day, and a few days later, the CEO came to the office, escorted by the building security and some lawyers. The manager was fired immediately, then sued for money laundering and misdemeanor embezzlement. He looked so confused and scared as security escorted him out of the building. The workers gave a whoop of joy as the elevator closed. Most of them didn't even know what happened. Even Jenny, but it didn't matter. The tyrant was gone and they could rest easy. The hearing was closed because the CEO didn't want the incident leaked to the public. So we didn't get the full details, but by the end of the trial, the manager was sentenced to 12 months in jail. Fitting in my book. He might not have gone to jail for his actual crimes, but I didn't care. He faced the justice that had evaded him for so long, and that was good enough for me. When you're a monster that is willing to go and do this to so many people, it's honestly no surprise to me that at the first chance somebody can take him down, people who have been deeply, permanently traumatized at the hands of this guy, who keeps getting off scot-free, that something is going to happen. I'm sure this dude wasn't even aware of it, but they were building up a target on their back that continued to grow the longer they kept going scot-free and as they continued increasing the number of people they personally affected. Like OP said, they may not be locked up for the right reason, but they deserve to be locked up all the same. That said, that's all the time we have for today. Now, if you want to hear another absolutely crazy revenge story, check out that video on the left. Or if you missed my latest video, check out the video on the right. That said, I'll see you all next time with some more stories.